allegations made in the submission are grave, and some exhibit a very high level of mismanagement and incompetence on some of the officers. Before Parliament takes the initiative to go into a forensic audit and all this, I would request, Right Honourable Speaker, that you give a Minister of Trade 2 weeks, okay, to study, to investigate, and report back to this House. Because once we give government a chance also to take action, some of these things really are surprising when I read them here. Then it will help us better, Right Honourable Speaker, it will help us better in terms of appreciating the issue. I request 2 weeks, we'll report here.
Procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, we have a very competent committee of trade in this Parliament. And I have trust in the chairperson, Honorable Mpaka, who did a lot of work both in the Sorority Fruit Factory and at Yak Sugar Works. I have very high hope that if we trust our committee, when there is a complaint of this kind, the Committee of Trade can do a better work than the minister to come and report to us. We are tired of these ministers coming with statements. Can we do that? And it is more practical, and we go by the recommendation of the Committee of Trade. That will help us to decide what we can do with Sorority Fruit Factory. The matter which is very painful, when such a project is put in a place, we expect the local people to benefit. And they can benefit when the fruits are bought from them. In a situation where we're importing the fruits to run the factory, it becomes a very painful thing. I was in the third Parliament, I was in Budget Committee. We gave money for running the factory. Even the running cost was given by this Parliament. So I think it is important that the Committee of Trade, I suggest if you can give them the responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. And the allegations that are being said by Honorable Ebwalu might be reality. It is unfortunate that I can't raise the question. I can't raise an issue myself, but I'm happy you have raised it. We'll wait for a report from the Minister of Tourism on on Thursday next week. Thursday. Minister of Trade. It is Trade, Tourism, and trade industry, and I am also going to ask my committee of trade also to get a report, and we'll look at the two reports together. And I will ask the Auditor General to audit after the report of the Minister and the committee is out. And then I will ask them to do a forensic audit. Members, Sorority Fruit Factory, I don't think it was worth being there. We put a lot of money in that factory, but the output is zero. The people who are managing the factory manage like it's a personal property. So we need really to put our feet down and say, if we are giving out money to anybody, whether TIAC, whether sorority, whether where, we must see results. It must be able to change the lives of the people. Thank you. Next item. Yes. Is it still on the on the same?
Honorable Silwanyi said something in relation to this very matter, and I think it's about amending the prayers. I know UDC has a lot of work across the country, not only sorority and the other one, and I would love it to come out clearly from your instruction so that we handle these matters once and for all. All these issues handled by UDC should be audited at once, so that we get a comprehensive report and we finish this thing once and for all. Because tomorrow another person will come from the west and say there is also this problem. The banana thing.
The forensic audit we are doing is on Soroti Food Factory. UDC is being managed by COSASE. So COSASE should look at the audited books. I just handed the books last week. COSASE should look at the audited books of UDC and give a report to the House, and not in piecemeal. Give a report for all the institutions. Next item.
Item number 3, statement by Minister on government's intervention to address incidents of cattle rustling in Acholi sub-region.
Honorable members, cattle rustling is a very rampant thing, and it has taken long in various parts of Teso, Acholi, Sebei, Honorable Minister, I know you're a general, but when the speaker is speaking, the general first sits down. It's something that is rampant, that has taken place in Teso for a long time, in Acholi, in Sebei, in Ilango, and in Karamoja itself. Let us receive the report from the minister and what solutions he has. And I hope the current intervention that the minister has will be able to give us a lasting solution. It's really something not desirable. We need to have that issue resolved. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members.
Do you have the reports uploaded? The report uploaded? Yes.
Indeed, I was tasked to present a report from government regarding the interventions to address the incidents of cattle rustling in Acholi. But like you truly said, Right Honorable Speaker, the adjacent regions to Karamoja, and indeed the Acholi and the others like Bugisu, Teso, Sebei and Lango, especially those on the fringes, do suffer incursions from these warriors from Karamoja. This far, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, because of the nature of the problem, being paramilitary, it has been in the main led by UPDF, although it's an internal security problem which ordinarily should lie with the police. So the main effort following the resurgence of rustling and rearmament because of our porous borders was put on Karamoja to decisively deal with this problem. And that has left gaps, especially in the adjacent regions. But this is not to say that these regions are less important than Karamoja. So measures to address the suffering adjacent regions are in the offing, although I want to admit sometimes the means to mobilize these measures are not as fast as the problem. And these measures, Right Honorable Speaker, include the following. Working with ISO, we are working at recruitment of low cadre ISO staff from the villages upwards, who will help in early warning regarding this problem, like we do in Karamoja. We also want to look at trial protection, reduce the loss of animals in the areas. I had a discussion, Right Honourable Speaker, with some of the members of Parliament, and their appeal was, can we have a stopgap, like of identifying some local personnel along the model of LDUs to man our areas as the bigger effort is being mobilized. All these ideas, Madam Right Honourable Speaker, are being farmed up in order to come up with a quick and fast solution. Intelligence has also been tasked to identify especially the hotspots and crossing points into especially Agago coming to Acholi and the security gaps so that UPDF can be deployed. We also think of deployment of new military detaches in Lawoireng and Lera, Padela crossing points, in addition to Kamurono, Ochala, Mero, and Agwata crossing points. Ma'am, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, we had a force called ASTU. It was unfortunately depleted, but it has been reorganized. But still, first call was Karamoja, and we want to spread this capability across the other affected regions by recruiting more of these and positioning them to protect the other adjacent areas. The other measure, Madam Right Honourable Speaker, is the recruitment of LDUs to act as screens in these affected areas, in addition to sensitization programs to alert the communities about the need for communal grazing in the protected areas, which would make protection much easier. Last, we want to reinforce the use of animal permits for inter-district movement and the continued restriction of animal movement, especially during night hours. And of course, not to say the construction of security roads with the support of the district engineers, but mainly the Ministry of Works. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for your statement. I will allow a debate on this. And Honourable Minister, if you realize this is a very serious issue, most of those areas where that are at the borders, these people do not only take animals, they don't take only cattle, they even kill people. So you need to be mindful of that. And when you say us to did not perform to the expectation, when we had us to in Bukedea, our cows were not stolen. Now, the cows are stolen every day. So why would you remove us to from where they have been? They have been trying to protect the cattle, and you leave the place bare. So you need to consider a number of things. Maybe also consult the community on how best you can use that, on what you can do to protect the lives and the cattle of the people. Yes, I now open a debate for 20 minutes. Yes, Honourable Call, 2 minutes each. Honourable Call.
Madam Speaker, this issue was raised by Honourable Akelo Bitre-Zakori, and she sent me instruction to respond to the Honourable Minister. According to her, even this morning, there is Umia Pachwa, which is located in Agago, where the raid even took place this morning. I have really been disappointed by the response from the minister. As a person, when I was growing up, I was one of the person where these rustler removed our cattle. I still remember the number was 48. And that was the only thing that my father had. And it brought poverty. The question of concern in this house, which the minister should answer. What are the root causes of this raid? Because when you know the root causes, you have to tackle the problem from the root causes. Why don't we learn from the doctors? What they do is to make sure that the blood sample or any other sample is taken to a laboratory, you find what really is the problem, and then you sort out the problem once and for all. Because what they're talking about is just massaging the problem, and it has been continuous. And when something is happening consistently for many years, and we still talk about the solution which is not clearly addressing the root causes of the problem, that means this issue is not going to end. And it is affecting human lives. It is affecting the livelihood of the people. And as I talk, it is not only Agago, they have moved up to the areas which are in Kitgum side. And as the speaker said, even in Teso and the surrounding places. And if we are talking about the disarmament, the problem we have also, when you disarm the people, what else do you give them? I remember in the budget committee, they were telling us that, Madam Speaker, this statement only. We were told that when you bring your gun, you are given 10 goats. How can somebody who can use the gun to raid 100 cattle, you replace it by only 10 goats, and you think it will end the disarmament also? I think we have to do something serious. Look at the root causes of this problem and solve it once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Call. I am not sure whether we will be able to look at, to get the cause. When I was growing up, there was a saying, and this should not offend my uncles, the Karamojong, that all the cows belonged to Karamojong. So when they come, they have come for their cows. And that was that. So I have grown up in those raids. You are, isn't it so?
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is very true. That is how it used to be. And even when we sit in the restaurants with my uncles and aunties, they still talk about it. But that one aside, Right, Honorable Speaker, these are the following issues that I want to really front. One, that government reviews its operations in matters to deal with this insecurity. Because you have had so many interventions, but they seem not to be working. What is the problem? Can you review so that you get to know where was the problem? Two, on the issue of LODUs, yes, they are good, but there have been challenges around them. Sometimes you put them to guard the people, they go overboard, and they do things which are not for them. You find that they also get involved in other issues. Then the issue of ministerial policy statements. How I wish this time when you are coming to bring the policy statements for your ministry, this matter comes out very clearly, so that we get to know what you are going to do in 2022, 2023. Madam Speaker, this armament took place in Karamoja, but we are hearing that across the border in Karamoja, in Kenya, the other relatives have not been disarmed. So the Turkana, when they come and they attack our uncles, the uncles automatically run to the nephews. So we are left with just like that, unprotected. Just yesterday I got information. There are many Karamojong brothers and uncles who have come to Ongino in Kumi because they have been chased from the other side by the relatives who are armed. For them, they don't have the guns anymore. The same applies to Acholi line and also this way, in Bugisu and Sebei. Finally, Madam Speaker, when people lose lives and animals, they are never compensated. But constitutionally, our government is responsible for let me just, Madam Speaker, just on that point. Our government is responsible for protecting lives and property. And therefore, you are obliged to compensate. Can we see the budget for compensation? Because there are many people who have lost animals, they have lost lives, they have lost property. What are you doing about this? It is a question that we are all waiting to hear at the Greater North. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, one thing that people may be fearing to mention, these people only don't take animals. They rape the women. They kidnap people, they abduct. So you need to know that Yes, Honorable. Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, the warriors has caused a lot of pain, humiliation, and economic destruction in the area for a very long time. The Right Honorable Speaker, even the implementation of government projects in this area is becoming a problem. We are very much worried of the parish development model, which is coming. We are scared how it will benefit the people from this area. The Right Honorable Speaker, we know that UPDF is a very professional army which has dealt with similar situations both in this country and outside this country. The Right Honorable Speaker, I'm wondering if the minister could tell us where is the skills the UPDF used to defeat the previous wars and rebels which were in Uganda. Can they use similar skills on this warrior? Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to raise a similar matter. Honorable Minister was in Terego, I think a month ago, trying to flush out the long-horned cows. But I think the position was just relocated from one sub-county to the next. Madam Speaker, these cows eat indiscriminately. They even eat dry grass. They have finished all the food for my people. I kindly request the Honorable Minister to go back and redo the work, because now we have 5 sub-counties that have been affected too. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister did say that they can offer detach. I kindly beg you, my people are sleeping out. They have been attacked by Mariokolo. I kindly request for a detach in Terego, where we have just worked on the border. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I request that this should be done. God bless you.
Ross. Order. Ross, before you came, there was an issue of Mariokolo versus Terego, just like Apa versus Amuru. So we are going to get a statement on the issue of Mariokolo versus. But you people in that area, why don't you coexist? Like for us, we do it. I don't need it. Milton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have to thank the Minister for their statement. Right Honourable Speaker, this matter has come up severally in the Committee on Defence and Internal Affairs. Honourable Amwak Margaret one time was protesting attending the committee because of these issues, saying we are doing nothing. Government has neglected her people. Last week, Honorable Chero was almost crying here. He's here, Norman, from Abim, who was also looking for similar solutions. But the challenge that the Minister has kept emphasizing is that I think they are overstretched, they are constrained logistically. I wonder why the Minister cannot come out and tell the House what is required, because now this is a public issue that we need to address squarely. So, Honourable Minister, I would implore you to open up and ask this Parliament for resources that will be able to wipe out this vice once and for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Okwalinga.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, for the record, I'm Apollo Simon Peter, Kanyum County. One thing I've noticed is that...
Don't say Okwalinga.
Okwalinga, sorry.
Uh-huh.
Simon Peter Poloto Okwalinga.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of cattle rustling has been going on for so many years. And we have been wondering what is causing it. Well, the government has come up with a statement trying to address the issue. But I feel there is something that we need to look at. Karamoja is not a very big geographical area, and Karamoja is serving as a supply for the warriors that go and attack their neighbors. Karamoja is socially structured in such a manner that people live in communal estates called manyatas. That means each manyata has got a leader and is able to know all the families, the households in that manyata. And I'm sure government has got LCs also in these manyatas. It is therefore possible to know the problematic youth in each manyata. It is therefore possible to document the movements of this youth, because these manyatas are fenced. They are all fenced. When somebody is going out, it is known. When somebody is coming in, it's known. Government has got ISO entities picking intelligence in each manyata. If they are able to collect intelligence on ADF, Madam Speaker, just this point. Just this point, Honorable Speaker, please.
Okay.
If they are able to pick intelligence on ADF that is far away in the forest, in Ituri, then it is possible for them to pick intelligence on who are the warriors causing havoc to the neighbors within Karamoja. I really request government to profile all these youth based on their Manyata residences and get to know who they are and collect all of them together and possibly try to rehabilitate them. If not, the problem will continue escalating and escalating. You can even do some other methods of how the NRA works before on some problematic people. Thank you.
The good thing you've been a former intelligence officer, so you should be able to help. You should be able to help.
Susan Jolie, Woman MP Otuke District. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I really want to thank our minister for the statement he has made. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of solving this issue in northern Uganda and Acholi and Teso sub-region is not the minister himself. I, for one, we had a meeting in the minister's office with the heads of department. There was a head of department of Astro, then head of department of police. I was touched one day when these Karamojongs entered my district. Then I called the head of Astro to help me on the issue. He told me he's not concerned about Lango, Acholi, and Teso. That his concern is Moroto, where there is gold. I'm sorry to say so.
Abeja.
Yes.
Did you see a real Karamojong or a cattle rustler?
A cattle restaurant, Karamojong, Madam Speaker?
No. Did you see a cattle rustler or a Karamojong?
They are rustlers because they come for cattle.
Yes, they are rustlers. They are not Karamojong.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, my concern is the problem in this country, we assign people who does not feel the pain of what is happening to those ones who are suffering. You find the head of security is from there, the other one is from there, and the other one is also being promoted from there. So I'm begging, from there.
You know, Honorable, for you to have a credible submission,
Yes.
you must speak and substantiate what you're saying. If you're saying that's there and there. We are not talking in parables. One thing you should know, this house has immunity. You have immunity in this house.
Because that day, we even agreed with the minister that we go and do the recruitment of our 1 inches to take care of our cattle. But the Minister of Internal Affairs, General Muhoozi, he instructed his commander Astro. But now when somebody tells you he's not concerned about your district, now I'm asking the minister, since that day you told me to work with the commander Astro, he has refused to work with me. Who should I really work with again?
Did you report back to the minister that he had refused?
The minister is ever committed. I tried calling him, he didn't pick. I sent him a message, I was waiting for his reply.
Maybe you
so
sent
the
a
minister,
message.
if you're in charge, I'm coming back again to your office.
Maybe you
Yesterday, Minister, to inform you, there was a meeting in Angaro. Your security men were almost beaten by the 1 inches. So the situation in Otuke is not good. I'm appealing to you that help us, and we said we have barracks that you've established, but your commander Astro has withdrawn all the Astros from these barracks. We even don't have Astros at the station.
Thank you. Thank you.
Protect our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I think for us to solve this problem, we need to get involved ourselves. Talk to our communities. Tell them the dangers of going for raids. Let's get down there. Not this business of saying, your cows have been stolen, you go and steal more. So we should be able to take responsibility as leaders, as we wait for an action from the ministry, from government. We talk to our people, because the people who are stealing our voters are our people. So let's talk to them. William. There's William, then Silwanye. You came late.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of cattle rustling in this country, especially my area of Sabay region, is really a very serious matter. That even the statement from the minister looks a bit polite, not very strong enough to finally solve this problem. In fact, the entire Sabay region right now is in total mess. Before NRM came to power, we had the same problem. But from 1986, I think NRM tried and reduced this problem of cattle rustling. But again, in the last 1 year, our friends from Karamoja, in fact, we cannot describe cattle rustling without mentioning the word Karamoja, Madam Speaker. Oh, man. It is difficult. When you talk about cattle rustling in Sabay, in Langu, in Ajoli, in Teso, you have to bring the word Karamoja. That one we should agree together. I want to bring it to the House.
Honorable Chemongesi, if you went to Abim, half of the voters of Ochero will confirm this with me, yes, are from Teso.
Yes.
If you went to Bukedea, half of the voters that I have are from Sebei, from Bugisu, yes, from Busoga. So if there is an order, you sit. So if there is an aspect, why don't we be civilized as Parliament? Not until they are arrested and you confirm this one is a Karamojong. We must coexist in this house. You will leave this house talking of Karamojong. When you reach out there, Ochero will box you. It will not be in the house. But we need to be civilized. Let's use cattle rustlers.
Okay, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the word Karamoja and use the word cattle rustlers. But Right Honorable Speaker, most MPs from Karamoja are my very good friends, and they are also suffering the same issue. Members here themselves have lost cows to the cattle rustlers, and they also know that it is their own people. So I think members, let us agree. I want to request that on behalf of Sabey region, for us, we feel
information.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've raised a point of clarification because your guidance shows us that wrestlers are not Karamajongs, but whenever the word wrestlers is mentioned together with Karamajongs, I have been a good friend and a brother of Honorable Ochero for a long time when we are still youth leaders. I see him very happy in a mask. So I therefore have raised a point of clarification whether he can clarify to the August House whether the word Karamojong and cattle wrestlers is the same. And Madam Speaker, as you see his happiness, it means this word is the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You know, my honorable members, I am trying to create harmony in the House where we should stop pinpointing people. And if we say we are pinpointing people, my own cows were stolen by rustlers. Incidentally, the people I got with the cows were not actually Karamojongs. But I cannot mention that it was people, there were people from this area. We should also accept they are thieves. People who just go and steal cows. You know somebody coming to your corral with a vehicle and packing 100 cows? Then you really wonder. Yes, that is how mine were stolen. So for you now to start, don't give your point, but avoid pinpointing. So can you conclude?
Just between last year, March, and today, Sabey region have lost about 500 cows, and we've lost about 8 people actually. 5 are dead, then 3 are seriously injured. And my prayer, yes, I give information to my honorable colleague. Even Honorable Emma there can give something. These are MPs from Sabey region.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, colleague, for giving me way. Chelima Ruben Paul, representing Bukwa District in Sabey sub-region. The information I want to give to my colleague and honorable members is that Sabey sub-region and part of Bugisu does not only face cattle rustlers from Karamoja or the other region, but it is also affected by Pokots of Western Kenya. Mm-hmm. I remember in 2002, the government took a step, disarmed all the people from the sub-region, and the other side, they were never disarmed. They have been raiding us, burning property like granaries. I remember in 2003, even a testimony was laid before this house, where houses were burned, 33 people were burned in the houses. So it's a very serious matter. That's the information I wanted to give to my colleague that is true. I confirm that a lot of animals, even more than 500, have been stolen. People have been killed. And to make matters worse, government again disorganized all the detarches of and stock safety unit in the sub-region. As we talk right now, it is just open. And this has encouraged again thieves from the other side to attack the people. Thank you, colleague, for giving me way.
Another Sabine.
Information, yes.
A Sabine daughter. A daughter from the soil, Sabey sub-region. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Emma.
Yes,
briefly.
To the topic of discussion, and being the District 1 MP, Kapchora is a mountainous area. But there is the lower belt, the plains. I know why my brother Chemonges is busy trying to point at our neighbors, our brothers. We are all brothers and sisters, the Karamojongs. I want to put it to you, Madam Speaker, that right from actually 1986, peace had been restored in Sebei sub-region. But it's very unfortunate that after the elections, that was last year, in January 14th, there was an order to disarm or to transfer the Astus from Soy County to Karamoja to go and restore peace within my brothers, the Karamojongs. But since then, for us in Sebei, for us in Kwen, we have suffered as a result of this trauma of cattle rustling. My brothers have us for breakfast, lunch, and supper, such that my people in the lower belt they are in a state of quagmire. They don't have any peace at all. By 4 o'clock, they're already in their rooms to sleep for fear of the neighborhood.
You see, when they go and sleep at 4, they can also do other activities. So there's no problem. There's no problem sleeping
my
at prayers,
4. My prayers. My prayers.
It's not a prayer. It's
okay.
Not anything.
Thank you.
Yes, you're just giving information, and Commissioner Solomon. But even as we talk about this issue, we need to look at the neighboring countries, the Turukanas, the Pokot, that group there. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have key issues that I want the Minister to address, because when the Minister was giving us a report, he did not handle one. I want to know, and I want this Parliament to know, ever since about 5 years, how many lives have we lost? The Minister should have told us this in his report. Then, what is the population of the animals that has been taken away from the rightful owners? The Minister should have told us that. Then also, what is the plan? Because, Right Honourable Speaker, we are talking about cattle being taken. But what is the plan? What plan does government have after trying to stop this, to compensate these individuals? Because, Right Honourable Speaker, some people, especially in the cattle corridors, they have the cattle as their only livelihood. And some have very few. And you find that this cattle has been taken away all. What is the plan that we have, that government has, to compensate these people? Because you lose all your cows, children cannot go back to school, you cannot lead a life, you get stuck. So I want the Minister to respond to those key issues, Right Honourable Speaker, because it did not come out in the report. And this has been one of the reasons that in Busoga we have failed to have cows. Because when we see what is happening in the neighborhood, you cannot have the energy to have many. We used to have cows, by the way, in Busoga. But right now people are so much discouraged. Right Honourable Speaker, if this is sorted, I'm telling this Parliament that Busoga will be having a lot of cows.
You know, sugarcane cannot be stolen. So you deal with the Bicado. And maybe on top of what the Honourable Commissioner is saying, you also need to have a plan on how to restore peace. Because we are saying it is not only the cows that are stolen, people are being beaten, women are being raped, people are being abducted, all that kind of thing. What plan do you have to restore the peace in the area? Yes, Sarah? Sarah, Jessica.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that this matter has been on for all this time. We had actually thought that the government had controlled this cattle rustling. Unfortunately, it is back. And Right Honourable Speaker, I am aware that several meetings have been held between members of Parliament, the President, the ministers. What were you discussing in these meetings that to date, I still see the ministers saying they are going to identify hotspots, crossing points where they can deploy? What have you been discussing, Honourable Minister? Second, Right Honourable Speaker, unless there is a complete mindset change in Karamoja, this problem will continue. We need to diversify the sources of income for the people of Karamoja, because for them, they believe that it is only through cattle that they can be able to get income and sustain their livelihood. So the Ministry of Agriculture is key in resolving this challenge in Karamoja. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Karamoja is mineral rich, but the Karamojongs are not benefiting from the minerals in their area. So unless we address the challenge, but also most importantly, have a mindset change in the Karamoja region, this problem will continue. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, this is a bilateral matter. It cannot be an issue for the Ministry of Internal Affairs or security in Uganda alone. We need to address the challenges on the other side of the border, the Turkana, the Pokot, and all those that are coming in, because they come to raid. And when they raid from this place, from Karamoja, the Karamoja move, not the people from Karamoja, not the Karamojong, Right Honourable Speaker. The people from Karamoja move from Karamoja to Teso and other parts. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of the bilateral matters must be resolved with the Kenyan government if we are to resolve this issue. Otherwise, Right Honourable Speaker, we shall go round and round. It's unfortunate the people of the Karamojong, the members of Parliament from Karamoja are not here today when we are discussing this subject. But when you sit with them, they will tell you how trucks and trucks of cattle are being ferried out of Karamoja. So these trucks that are being ferried out of Karamoja, who is owning these cattle that is being ferried out of Karamoja? So that is also another issue that has to be addressed, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Sarah is not a pastoralist like some of us. The first thing that you need, like you said, is the mindset change. My uncles in Karamoja and the aunties believe, even if they went to the west, they will say that cow looks like mine. They believe all cows belong to them. So first we need to have a mindset change. Even if you go to Minister of Agriculture to go to Karamoja, they will never embrace agriculture. For them, it's about cows and their milk. Jessica?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister and Government for the efforts so far put in place. But Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, with all what we have listened to, analyzing the effects of this activity to the human lives, Right Honourable Speaker, we must prioritize and ensure that this activity is kicked out. You can imagine your children being raped. What is the effect to your family and the generation? Right Honourable Speaker, analyzing the capacity of this government in fighting wars and also causing peace to other parts of the country, I believe this government can still sort this thing out. My proposal is, let the minister ensure with the committee that the budgetary issues in relation to the management of the root causes of the cattle rustling be handled. Right Honourable Speaker, I propose that the ministry get to Karamoja sub-region and listen to these people. Without listening to them and addressing their challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, we may not do much. You have explained the mindset and the belief, but they may open up, because I don't think that they're also happy, those who are doing it. To Right Honorable Speaker, the minister proposed that they are going to recruit the GISOs. My proposal is let them have the component of transport to support the GISOs to do their work. Right Honorable Speaker, I know it is also in your district. Many of our GISOs and the existing GISOs do not have transport.
Do you have cattle rustling also?
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me way. Right Honorable Speaker, as a cattle keeper, I really feel what my brothers and sisters are going through in Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Isinjiru. Bukanga touches at the border of Uganda and Tanzania.
A correction. You feel what we are going through in Teso,
Exactly.
in Lango, in Acholi, in Sebei, in Bugisu.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for collecting me way rightly. Right Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to tell you is that some years back, we cattle keepers in Ankole region, we used to face what our brothers are facing. But the way that helped us, Tanzanians used to come and raid all the cattle in Ankole, and they take them. The following morning, we could also go and do the same. Yes, I want to be sincere to this August House. But as Ugandans, we found it was not helpful at all. So when government came in, we said, no, we are going to give you what you want so that this practice can stop. We formed what we call village security committees. And the soldiers were at each and every sub-county. So whenever these Tanzanians could come, we all wake up and make an alarm. We give the information to the soldiers. This village gives an alarm, the other one. So Tanzanians had to go away.
Madam Speaker, I have very important information.
Let me know, I'm still on the floor. I'm still on the floor. Madam Speaker, what the minister was saying, that all they need is to recruit the LDUs. But I think, Honorable Minister, the villages should also have what they call village security committees to work hand in hand with the soldiers on ground so that they can give you enough information and you totally handle this matter without having any problem on ground. Tomorrow, this issue will come to an end. I thank you.
Thank you for the information. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, so in summary, government has to take the lead in ensuring that there is total peace in Karamoja, but also at the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I gave members, we have a number of issues. Now, I'll start from you on the next, because they are related. They are related.
Very important information.
Madam, you delegated a call to speak for you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Koluo said just yesterday, 14 cows were stolen from his constituency. This is what he says. Can you respond to what has been raised and give us a way forward? And there is also, Honorable Bwal is also saying that in most cases when they are stealing cows, especially those ones of trucks, the police even escort them.
Thank you, Honorable Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I've noted the concerns of the members and their proposals, very enriching proposals. We shall condense them into actionable interventions, especially those that promote prevention rather than reaction, because all this time we've been reacting, but reacting inadequately, as the members rightly put it. All the points raised are very important, but I'll dwell more on the one of Honorable Sarah Opendi. Indeed, it's a multi-dimensional problem, but I think priority should be given to stopping the trouble now, and then going into the other interventions which are multinational or multi-sector across government. Whatever requires additional resources, ma'am, we shall condense into a paper and then see how the House can help us to decisively deal with this problem. And I pledge to engage more with all the concerned neighboring districts, so that where we can seek early interventions as we work on the bigger ones, we do so that we resolve this problem, which is affecting development and the security of the people in these areas. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Honorable Minister, if I could ask, how much time do you want us to give you to try to resolve the issues in the area? Not giving us a paper, but resolve the issues.
Madam Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would want to request that we work out proposals and get back to you, because I can't put a time on some of these issues. I think it would be more realistic if I made consulted across government with my senior minister also, and the other major partner in this, especially the Minister of Defense, so that we come to you with some time frame and concrete actions.
It's a procedure matter. You know, Minister, what I'm asking you, that what you said, you want to do a deployment in a number of detaches and see how that can help you. So what I'm asking you, how much time do you need to do that? How much time do we give you for us to see at least some sufficient peace in the area?
Madam Speaker, I was on procedural matter. The General knows the issue of security that cannot wait. And then when you are giving a very serious question to handle matter of urgency, he tells the Actors House that it doesn't want to give the time limit. I think we are not proceeding well. Are we really proceeding well in this House? When we are dealing with issue of emergency, we are talking about life being lost. We are talking about livelihood being lost. People are sleeping now in IDP camps, and the minister tells us, I can't give time limit.
When they were doing disarmament in Karamoja that time, there was a time limit that was given, and it was achieved. Now, you're making us lose our course, Honorable Minister.
Ma'am, disarmament took 4 years. 4 years, so I can't stand here.
I asked you how much time do you need to report back to this House that there's some sufficient peace.
On the immediate and medium-term interventions, Right Honorable Speaker, can we have 3 months?
Members, don't heckle. The 3 months is they are going to be deployed there and be working and give us a feedback. You get, it is not one day thing that you can do. It is a security issue. Now, in the 3 months, we should be able to see that the cattle rustling has reduced. People are being deployed. Let's not look at it like it is just eating mandas around. So we are giving you 3 months. I want to thank you, Honorable Minister. and the honorable members of Parliament for your contributions. This is a very pertinent issue. It affects most of us, especially when it comes to peace and even the loss of our cattle. Some of us believe in our cattle. Beyond the intervention to address the security challenges, government needs a conscious effort to reform the farming practices among the pastoral communities, as Sarah had said it. Stringent measures should be put in place to regulate the inter-district movement of animals in the region. You need to have very stringent measures. If cows are crossing from Katakwi to Bukedea, there must be full documentation to the effect to avoid that allegation where they say the police are the ones that authorize. Let's try our best to see how we can do that, and we will achieve what we want at the end of the day, members. Thank you so much. Next item.
Item number 32, statement by Minister on the status of the value addition facility at the Usia border post.
Do we have the minister around? Is the minister around?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and members. This matter was raised 1 week back, and the last Thursday, when you adjourned, Madam Speaker, we were prepared to listen to the reactions and comments of the members on these issues so that we can respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are still waiting.
Honorable Harris, you were supposed to come and present a statement to this House on the status of the value addition facility at Busia border. If you're not ready today, just say you'll come back tomorrow. Harriet, Honorable Harriet, if you're not ready today, say you'll come and make a presentation tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. Indeed, we had prepared this presentation, but I'm asking you kindly to allow me present tomorrow when I come with the copy. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister is just being sincere, so next item.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, cross-border trader.
Madam Speaker, with the apology of my good sister, the Minister, let me reserve her for today because she came very unprepared. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Item 33.
Thank you. Next item.
Statement by Minister on investigations to stem the escalation of attacks on the people of Upper community.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. This is a report on regarding the clashes in Upper. A joint security agency's investigation was sanctioned mid-August last year to inquire into the renewed clashes in Upper Zoka area. The area has been the subject of contention between the Madi and Acholi communities for quite some time. Upper village, with an estimated population of 35,000 people, was until 2017 under Lubala Parish, Pabo Sub-County in Kilak North County, in Amuru district. However, following the demarcation of the boundary between the Amuru and the Ajumani district in 2017, Upper village was placed under Mungula Parish Itirikirwa sub-county, Adjumani East constituency in Adjumani district. The area has since experienced recurrent clashes between the Acholi and Madi communities that have inhabited the area for quite some time. Since 2018, following the visit of the President, APA has been generally peaceful. However, there is resurgence of clashes quite often, once in a while, between the Acholi and Madi, with the most prominent incidents registered between June and August 2021. The prevailing situation is that government has several times engaged stakeholders to have the issue resolved amicably. The latest issue is the one on January 19th, where the Acholi community fought with the Madi who had gone to the garden in Ingoro village, where one Mr. Moroga Alex was seriously injured and later died. At the same time, one Mr. Ambayo David, his body was discovered and buried on 26 January 2022. 7 suspects were arrested and taken to Adjumani police after the death of the 2 people, and investigations are going on to have them prosecuted. On the 26th of January this year, separate meetings were held with both the Acholi and Madi cultural leaders to find a long-term solution to the conflict. So this is a background. The findings of the investigation are as follows. It was found that there is incitement by politicians before and following the recent election, especially the promises they made, including the promise that they would recover what is perceived as the Madi land that was taken by the Acholi and vice versa. Fear of the Madi and Acholi communities that large numbers of either the two continue to pour into APA as settlers, an area that is already gazetted as a game reserve. Every small matter between the individuals of the two communities is quickly escalated as a community versus community issue. Other factors fueling the conflict are varying perceptions by the two communities about the status of APA land, increased agitation by the Acholi in APA following the boundary demarcation in 2017, which has disrupted service delivery in the area, since neither Amuru nor Adjumani is providing services. On the other side, the placement of the boundary has intensified agitations by the Madi to push the Acholi out of APA on account that government has finally recognized the area as belonging to the Madi. And then the other one has been the economic imperatives of the land in APA, Zoka, by interested parties, those in the communities of the communities. From these investigations, some leaders have been indicated to be fueling the clashes across all the levels of social and political strata. The APA Zoka area is currently secured by the UPDF and a company of the Uganda Police Force deployed in 5 detachments of APA and Zoka. The forces are there and are responding well to the emerging threats despite constant interference from politicians who demand the release of suspects once arrested, but also of removal of these forces because they are more or less like an interposition force. The team observed the following. Establishment of the boundary between Amuru and Adjumani in 2017, including placement of a boundary mark at Omie, has emboldened the Madi to claim full ownership of the contested land, while it is highly contested by the Acholi, with a counterclaim that it is their ancestral land, with a historical boundary at Zoka River, thereby exacerbating the conflict. B, the conflict in APA has been hijacked by politicians on either side to the disadvantage of the local cultural institutions, through which land conflicts have always been resolved in this part of the country, and where communities previously coexisted amicably. Underlying these communal tensions are therefore selfish interests of leaders for land and political capital. Service delivery in APA has almost stopped, since the area can no longer be serviced by either Amuru or Adjumani district. The reluctance by the APA community to accept services from Adjumani district due to distrust further compounds the problem. Way forward, the following are the steps being taken. Government is in and prevailing on the national and local politicians who've been identified to be behind the renewed clashes, promote harmony. Government will consider resettlement of the communities affected that occupy the area of APA that was re-gazetted as a game reserve with the following possible options. Compensation of those who are verified, to resettlement on government-owned land, or through acquisition of land to resettle these people. The government will also consider engaging the Acholi and Madi cultural institutions to promote dialogue between the two communities and as a mechanism to address decisively and completely this land conflict. In conclusion, the land conflict in APA and Zoka areas has been protracted, continues to stoke deep-rooted tensions, and the renewed clashes point to the delay by the government, unfortunately, to find a lasting solution to this challenge. The conflict has also stood in the way of development in the area and is likely to frustrate social transformation and the other programs of government. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for this statement. APA issue has been a very contentious issue. And as I said before, really, members, as politicians, we need to advise our people to coexist with each other. We've intermarried with these people. We all belong to those communities. And as the minister said, that is being fueled by politicians. Politicians, let's stop fueling these things. We are one people. We should love and support each other as communities. The issue of land, though it is a very important issue, should not cause us to kill each other. We should treat each other with unnecessary animosity. I call upon the politicians from those regions, at whatever level, to desist from causing confusion amongst the people and fueling the animosity that is being caused in the area that is causing people to kill each other. It's an ugly thing. Every time we are talking about APA, my colleague has even said, I will not chair when it is APA. So, if APA cannot get out, now another one is coming, Terego. So we really need to make sure we create some harmony in our areas, emphasize to our people to live together, let's work together. And as I said the other time, since we, Parliament, have failed to make a decision on this, can Cabinet help us? Let Cabinet come up with a resolution on this. We have issues like in Tororo. We referred that issue to Cabinet. We are waiting for a Cabinet decision. So it's really something not pleasant. Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that this APA issue has been on for over 10 years. Because when I came to Parliament in 2011, I found this matter and it was referred to us. As Minister of State for Lands then, I visited the locus and I know the actual problem of APA. Right Honourable Speaker, a committee in the 10th Parliament was even assigned to handle this problem. The report was complete. However, if I can remember very well, the Prime Minister requested that we allow Cabinet to go and sit and it will come back to this House. So, Right Honourable Speaker, since the problem has still persisted and Cabinet seems to have not resolved this matter, can't we ask the relevant committee to look up for that report and maybe bring it to this House? Then from there we can move, because they had recommendations in that report. Yes, information.
Madam, I know it's a procedural matter, but this is my sister. I need to support her with information. Madam Speaker, I remember vividly that the House discussed the issue of our part, and the chairperson of that ad hoc committee was Honorable Ahmed Agnes, if I'm right. The discussion was done under the tent outside there. I remember it was one afternoon, it was a heated debate, and therefore, what remains is basically for government to pick on the resources which were in that report. Our problem is that the government, most times it takes its time to act on what Parliament has resolved. Let me tell you one thing. Voters always select their best and send to Parliament. By the time these people agree on the right thing to be done, it is true that is the solution. Why is government not acting? That is the information.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I still insist, because this is the 11th Parliament. They don't know what could have transpired in the 10th Parliament. We did not conclude that issue. The Prime Minister requested that we give them time. They will come back to the House. So, Right Honourable Speaker, can I request, would it not be procedural right? You want to give information? Would it not be procedural right, Right Honourable Speaker, for us to ask the committee, the relevant committee, to interface with the minister responsible, the ministers responsible, and then come to this House with a new position as to how far Cabinet has gone? Maybe from there Cabinet could take this up again, because these are also new ministers who may not have known what transpired at that time. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Members, what was in the 10th Parliament lapsed with its time. And remember, we have the majority of the members we have are new. Can I ask a relevant committee to go to the field, find out what is happening in APA, and report to this House? When I say relevant committee, the committee knows. I have ruled. Next item.
Item number 4, statement by Minister on reports of alleged human rights violations by state security operatives.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members of Parliament, this statement, Right Honourable Speaker, is made in Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I wish to make this statement in response to reports of alleged human rights violations by state security operatives. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I would like, on behalf of government, to make the following response. Criminal offences in Uganda are a creature of the law. So too are the procedures of arrest of suspected offenders. Political affiliation does not invite criminal liability under our laws, and breach of due process in enforcement of the law also has remedies for those who feel mistreated or unlawfully treated. Government, Right Honourable Speaker, does not know and doesn't intend to know the political inclination of all the suspects in custody. What is true is that nobody is above the law, and any attempt to politicize the handling of offenders would be in breach of the spirit of the Constitution and the impartial administration of justice. It would also promote impunity. Those suspects, colleagues, colleagues for whom they are speaking, indeed all the suspects in custody are entreated to have recourse to the remedies provided for in our laws in pursuing the management and conclusion of their cases. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Security received a list of names of those people who were alleged to be mistreated. A good number of these names, unfortunately, didn't have clear particulars regarding their clear address and area of abode. When that list was received, Right Honourable Speaker, it was given to the police and other security agencies. And as we talk now, the case is being investigated separately. The investigations are going on because in some of these instances, the search and identification of these people was indeed very difficult, or is indeed difficult, given the fact that one has to look around to locate where these people are. All the persons in the custody of government agencies can and will be accounted for in accordance with the law. Right Honourable Speaker, torture is not a policy of government, nor is it even a method of interrogation. And there is indeed a law about this, and the law is very clear. His Excellency the President has, in his own words, stated this position and policy of government many times. Any security agency, any security agent or operative, or any person who conducts himself or herself in such a manner, i.e. torturing, that person does so in his own or her own personal capacity, and indeed will and shall be handled in accordance with the law. Right Honourable Speaker, in respect to the charges, Uganda versus Honourable Segirinya Muhammad and Honourable Alan Sewanyana Aloysius, together with 4 others, charged with terrorism, aiding and abetting terrorism, murder, 3 counts, 1 count of attempted murder. I'd like to say that the investigations in this matter were completed, and both Honourable Alan Sewanyana and Honourable Segirinya Muhammad have since been committed for trial in the High Court at Masaka. The state carried out the investigations and completed the inquiries. Once the court cause list is out for the cases, the state shall be ready to adduce evidence at the trial. Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for indulgence. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, you've heard this report from the Honourable Minister. And when you talk about the matters of human rights, these are international in nature, and we need to approach them in that context. Reports on human rights violations by security agencies keep coming up day in, day out. So we need to see how we handle it as government. There is need for scrutiny for security agencies to provide us information so that we build confidence and transparency among the public. The public needs to know if somebody has been arrested, where is that person? Why was he arrested? And that kind of thing. That's why we have made sure that we have this on the order paper, and you have availed the members with the information that is required. And maybe at a later time, we may need to find out where the 26 people come from, where they were arrested from, and what allegations were there for them to be arrested. You may need to find that information, because that list was handed over to the Minister of Security. Yes, honorable members. Mehdi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the report he has presented. Of course, none of us agrees that it's a policy of this government to torture suspects or torture people. But all of us are aware, including the President, that there is torture going on in this country and abuse of human rights. Every 5 years, in the recent 10 years, now it has become a routine for the President to come and address the country on matters of torture. On the 16th of May 2017, the President addressed security agencies through a letter that he wrote, and I quote, he stated that torture is not one of the ways to acquire information from victims, and whosoever does it is someone who is shallow in thinking and a person who does not aim to secure justice but only humiliate the individual they do it against. That had come on the wake of people that had been delivered to Nalfenya prison that you all remember, detention center in Jinja, including the unfortunate mayor of Kamwenge, whom you all remember, whose body that you all saw and was clearly on all forms of media. He was beaten, pliers were used against him to pick part of his body, and by the time he was released from Nalfenya detention center, he could hardly walk. But he was one amongst hundreds of victims, Ugandans, that had suffered the same fate. After the closure of Nalfenya, 5 years later, in August 2021, the same is reoccurring. The President made an address specifically on this matter. So after every election cycle, we are seeing spates of torture meted against Ugandans. We heard the minister clearly say that it's not political. We don't want to say it as such. But indeed, the President is on record having condemned the previous governments of Obote and Idi Amin of having tortured people in dungeons and not presented them before the law, or even abused the law before
Members,
presenting suspects.
2 minutes each. We are running out of time.
Right Honorable Speaker, members of this august House are on record have been tortured. For example, the Honorable Zake. Even courts have adjudged that he has been tortured and is awaiting payment. Torture victims in Uganda, according to the report of the Uganda Human Rights Commission of 2019, are owed 12 billion shillings of taxpayers' money in form of compensation as a result of having been tortured by errant officers. Right,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Speaker, let me just wind up. Meaning the taxpayer must foot 12 billion shillings as a result of the work of errant officers. Recently, you've all seen one gentleman, a gentleman called Kakwenzi. We cannot keep quiet. Our silence is deafening. And if we fall silent, then where will people run? He was arrested, detained beyond the reasonable hours prescribed by the Constitution, and beaten like you all saw to the pulp. Up to now, you can see all the marks of him being beaten. What message are we sending out to the country? That officers can arrest people and beat them and detain them? If the minister is serious on this, can they tell us the case they have opened up against officers who detained Kakwenzi, Rukirabasaija? Yes, he could have committed wrongs. Yes, there are criminal responsibilities there. But is torture the way that you saw it? And we cannot pretend that we did not see it. It was on TV, and everyone saw how this guy was beaten.
Can you conclude?
Up to now, I think he has mental stress, and people are telling him he should not talk. Right, Honorable Speaker, we cannot keep quiet as this august house. We owe the country explanations. We cannot sweep it under the carpet. Yes, it's not political, but even if it's man to man, if torture starts from government institutions, it will move to homes. How will you fight violence at home when it's meted by the state on its citizens? So men will start beating women, women will start killing their husbands, because we've seen that in pursuit of justice, right, Honorable Speaker, people can be beaten, incarcerated for hours without charges, without being produced before courts of law, and we all fall silent. This must...
Honorable members, I know people are being tortured. You may not understand why and where, but let's debate calmly. Let's debate calmly. But I also want, first of all, before I give Aogon, to thank Honorable Zake and appreciate his effort. Much as he was tortured, as you have said, he was able to give us a gold medal. He ran, he gave us a gold medal as Parliament of Uganda, and with a broken leg. Yes, it is not for an answer. I am appreciating my member that he gave us a gold medal. Yes. Honorable Aogon. Aogon. You speak if...
Right, Honourable Speaker, as we wait for Honourable Aogon to take the microphone, I take this opportunity to thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker, the image of government, the image of President Museveni, which he has protected for the last 37 years, and the image of this country is at stake because of cases of torture that keep coming up every day. The Honourable Minister has presented a report, and in my opinion, attempted to politicize the issue. I entirely disagree with you. Honourable Minister, every day we see non-uniformed men brutally arresting people on the streets, and this information finds its way onto the social media platform, and it embarrasses us as members of Parliament, as government, and as a country. We can afford to shy away about certain things, but we are defiling our own constitution. It has provided vehemently against torture of Ugandans. Must we take pride in doing it again and again? Right, Honourable Speaker, this House must come up with a clear guideline on the particular individuals who torture Ugandans in the name of state operatives. We have grown up hating State Research Bureau, and I am afraid to say the condition in Uganda is inviting back the activities of State Research Bureau in our country. I shall submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As the member said, Honorable members, we have a very beautiful constitution. When you look at Chapter 4 of the Constitution, and you look at what our operatives are doing, we feel ashamed. We even wonder whether we should still continue having Chapter 4 of the Constitution.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. From the onset, allow me to applaud you for having been strong to allow this debate to take place. If you were a weak speaker, you would decide and say, the order paper is congested. We cannot do anything. I'm also surprised today. The ministers are so many. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether there's voting, but I want to express my happiness.
Honorable, go and leave my ministers.
Okay. Ministers,
Make
you are
your
free.
submission, my ministers, leave them.
Okay. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is that, at least for the first time, we are discussing a very pertinent matter when the front bench is fully almost constituted. So take time and listen to us. Madam Speaker, one, for you, the ministers, I'm not holding you. The day when you get personally tortured by plucking your skin using dirty pliers, by removing your nails, by putting a nail on your bums, by working on you properly, the ministers, that's when you'll get to know that the torture is indeed bad. There are also people who think that this is for opposition, this is for independence, these are for non-NRM. I can tell you, we all in society agree to disagree in certain times. And when we disagree, you feel like speaking out. You speak out, somebody comes to torture you. I can tell you, you'll be in that position anytime from now. My issue is, what are you doing as a part of government to stop this kind of vice? How can we allow drones without number plates to be flying? Madam Speaker, I just have 2 or 3 issues only, then I leave the microphone, if you can allow. So I would think it is the duty of Parliament to speak out. Otherwise, like you put it, Right Honorable Speaker, Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda becomes redundant. What happens to the Bill of Rights? Did we now decide that we have decided to delete that part of the Constitution? Article 24. The law is very clear. If you have an issue with somebody, can't you take them to court? There is a process. How would you feel if it was your mother? How would you feel if it was your daughter, your son, your relative, your father? What will you do? Will you speak the very way you are silent today? Those are questions for us to ask.
Honorable members, the issue we are debating, Honorable Minister, we are not blaming you. We want you to pass a message to those people who are alleged to be doing the torture. It is not you who is doing, it is not President Museveni, it is not government. There are particular people who are doing it. We cannot say our good president is the one doing it. No. Our president for us is okay. But there are people who are doing it. And as parliamentarians, we have a deep connection with people's concerns. At times when our societies are divided, it is us parliamentarians to come in and promote essential values of respect, dialogue, and compromise. So if there are some issues that are there, it is we, the parliamentarians, that should bring people together. Let's leave politics aside. And let's also separate criminality from politics. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. The law should handle you. Nobody is above the law, but it should be handled in a systematic manner. Ebwalu.
Right Honorable Speaker, the police and the security operatives have now made it a habit, arrest people, beat them, torture them, until their lawyers come to demand. You produce them in court. Many of the people have been tortured. At the end of the day, they are exonerated by the courts. We don't compensate them. Right Honorable Speaker, myself, I was arrested in 2012 by a DPC called Aruk Maruk. It was coming from Karamoja region. I was locked in a cell alone in Arapai. He ordered the police officers who were there to pour water inside the cell. I stood up to morning like a bull. By the time I came out, I was shrinking, I was almost dying. It took the efforts of leaders in Soroti to demand for my arrest. At the end of the day, I was not even produced in court. I was released unconditionally. Madam Speaker, torture is everywhere in Uganda. And like you rightly put it, sometimes the security people torture us even when President Museveni doesn't know. What only makes President Museveni a suspect is when he comes out to say, we don't give bail to the capital offenders. But the security people, stop torturing us. Stop torturing Ugandans. One day, you never know, you'll be out of that chair. What will happen to you?
Honorable Ebwalu.
Finally, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ebwalu.
Yes, Madam.
The president making that utterance is not the law. It could be, it is a political statement. So don't quote that as the president said, we don't give it. There is a law that you should follow.
Right Honorable Speaker, with your guidance, I withdraw. But in conclusion, our people are rotting in prisons, and most of them are innocent. If you know before you arrest a person, you must have a case. Produce them in court, let the courts convict them. But these illegal detention houses, Madam Speaker, you are a very passionate person, very compassionate, and you love people. I want to request you, Madam Speaker, you have the power to order people who are in the detention centers to be released, and then they should be closed. Madam Speaker, I request you that use your power to save Ugandans. May God bless you. I thank you.
I wish I had the power. Honorable members, as you hear from Honorable Ebwalu, when you look at Article 21(1) of the Constitution, the beautiful Constitution of Uganda, it provides for equality and freedom from discrimination. It is emphatic that all persons are equal before and under the law in all spheres of political, religious, ethnic, social, cultural, and should enjoy the protection of the law. So everybody should be treated in an equal way. I want to hear from you, then Chairman, Human Rights.
Thank you very much.
I'm coming this side.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his statement. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the President for lifting the curfew in this country. Madam Speaker, Ugandans have suffered in that time of curfew, if I can narrate the story to this Parliament. Madam Speaker, the police in Uganda has utilized enforcing curfew in this country to torture our people in a number of districts in Uganda. When you go to Nakasongola, when you go to Luwero, when you go to Chegegwa, when you go to Arua, whatever district you will go to, our people have been tortured, they have been beaten. We have no problem with our good government because we support government. Honorable Muruli Mukasa is aware of that. We are not criticizing government, we are not castigating it, but we want government to put itself in order to make sure that our policemen are put into order. I want to cite an example, Madam Speaker. I went to attend a burial ceremony of one of our own, the first district speaker for Nakasongola. When I reached, because it was COVID time, I met very many people at the burial. I said, where is the OC for this area? The OC was nowhere to be seen. What I hear in the evening, that the OC started beating people in Kakoge Town Council, saying your MP said that when I came, I am doing a lot of nothing, I'm doing nothing in this area. So you must enter your houses at 5 p.m. He started enforcing curfew, he started beating them, started harassing them at 5. Madam Speaker, people have utilized the issue of the poor fishing measures to enforce. If you allow.
Thank you so much. As the member said, we should organize our government institutions, agencies. We need to have office bearers such as DPP and police to be duly bound to abide and protect the Constitution in the discharge of their roles and responsibilities, as in Article 1, subsection 2 and 3, which requires that all powers and authority belong to government and its organs, which are derived from the people. And this should be done for us to organize our institutions. We may be here that we are running a country, but other people are spoiling what we are doing. We are seated here in the house, others are doing wrong things there. So we really need to reorganize our institutions as government. Human rights.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I hear the collective revulsion of this august House when it comes to matters of human rights and especially torture. And every cultured person should detest torture. Every living human being should detest torture. Those of us who have religious backgrounds will recall that the Bible instructs us to treat fellow human beings only as we would want them to treat us. That is the standard that is set for us in the Bible.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a very, very pertinent issue. And the ministers are starting to walk out one by one. Is it in order for them to leave us with this very heavy matter alone?
Which ministers walked out? No, I've not rolled on that.
Order.
You can't have an order on an order. Members, I gave you only 20 minutes to finalize this. As far as I see, my ministers are still all here. And they have a very serious bill coming next. They are all here. And one, you should appreciate that they are here today. Let's move on. I need only about 3 people. Sir, I will not give you to talk.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable, I had the floor and I was about to conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, the rules of procedure of this House
create, and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, create your Committee on Human Rights. And
Honorable members who are going out, people are complaining. We are here, we want quorum. No, I'm saying members, not ministers.
Honorable Speaker, Rule 185 1D empowers the Human Rights Committee to inquire into any matter relating to human rights in Uganda. The burden, the responsibility to inquire into human rights abuse in the country is squarely placed on the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that your Committee on Human Rights is sitting starting the 10th of February 2022 to inquire into the state of human rights and human rights abuses in Uganda. And we shall file a comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, it's difficult for us to make conclusions on allegations. We must always investigate. We must always speak from a very informed position. Identify the victims, identify the culprits, and make recommendations. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair of Human Rights. You now need to go on the ground and find out all these allegations that have been brought forward and see whether it is really true, name by name. And we will want a report in this House for us to know whether what was said is correct or not. When you look at Article 44 of the Constitution, it prohibits the derogation from the enjoyment of freedom and torture, from cruel treatment. It is not proper to torture anybody, just like you said, you're from a Christian religious family. I mean, it is not correct for you to torture, punish, and that kind of thing. So as a committee, we want you to give us a report. Minister, you can still give them also the list of the names that they talked about. And then you work together with the Minister of Security and all their agencies and produce a report to this House within, how much time do you need?
Right Honorable Speaker, 45 days.
45 days. We need to be accountable for everybody. Whether the person is a thief, a criminal, or what, we need to be accountable. So let's have a report in 45 days from the Committee of Human Rights. Honorable Minister. We have rolled.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I note indeed with concern the anguish and the concern that members have expressed regarding the behavior of errant security operatives. Right Honorable Speaker, it is also very good that the chairman of the Human Rights Committee is now going on the ground, and certainly I'm quite sure, given his abilities and caliber, a lot will be unearthed. What is quite clear, Right Honorable Speaker, is that nobody condones torture. Nobody enjoys torture. Maybe just to dive back in the past, Right Honorable Speaker, I have been here for quite some time, and I have, in my time, experienced raw, palpable torture. However, what is quite consoling is that at least the infrastructure against torture and the will to fight torture is there now. And the fact that we can sit here in Parliament and even is enough. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and also to go along with the members of staff who have I am winding up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, you're going to work together with the Committee of Human Rights and report back to this House on the issues that have been raised. We must have respect. Minister, I'm talking to you. Stop talking to Sarah. We must have respect. We must have respect to our Constitution and uphold it. We also to that effect. And we must act within the Constitution. The errant members, the errant persons who are causing problems to the government must be brought to book. And who makes them do that? Are they above the law? Is there a problem? Do you need help from us? And if you need, then we are here to help you. And because as government, you're supposed to be accountable and responsible for all the citizens. We've had problems where women are raped. Women are selling tomatoes and what, and they are being beaten. I know that's what Sarah wanted to say. But I'm a woman, I can speak for you. This must be accounted for. We cannot tolerate this kind of thing in society. Kindly take leadership. I want to thank you so much. Next item.
Item number 3.5, statement by Minister on Human-Wildlife Conflict and the Uganda Wildlife Authority, handling of fires at national parks.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to request, a number of issues were raised the other day, especially to do with the fires and the impact of the fires in and outside the park. My request, Right Honourable Speaker, is you give us tomorrow and we bring a report with all this so that we can effectively bring all the information needed to the House. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Can we have it tomorrow?
Just something. Right Honourable Speaker, whereas we appreciate that the Minister will come tomorrow with the report, I wanted to give the Minister information that has, so that he brings it tomorrow. As we talk now, another lodge in Queen Elizabeth National Park called Mazike is burning, courtesy of fire from Uganda Wildlife Authority. Right now, I've just received the message.
You'll give us a report on what is happening?
Yes, I'll come with the same tomorrow, Right Honourable Speaker.
You know, social media can even report that you're dead when you're still alive. Next item.
Item number 4, Bill second reading, the Succession Amendment Bill 2021.
The Succession Amendment Bill 2021 was tabled for the first reading in this House, and it was referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The committee has considered the bill and the bill is due for the second reading. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, under Rule 130, Section 1 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, I beg to move that the Succession Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Honorable Anifa, Honorable both, UPDF, Okia, Human Rights, Aogon, Charity, Abeja, Akelo, Moma, Wapa, Saro Pendi, Tom Bright, Muzale, all the whole house. Would you like to speak to your bill? To your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you recall that on the 5th of October 2021, the Succession Amendment Bill was introduced in this House and read for the first time. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill intends to align the Succession Act to Article 32 of the Constitution, which is in favor or provides affirmative action for marginalized groups. And Article 33, the rights of women in the Constitution of our country. The bill also intends to provide for the distribution of the estates of the interstate deceased persons in accordance with Act 33 of the Constitution, to provide for guardianship of minor children of deceased persons, to provide for the discretion of courts in the grant of probate and letters of administration, to provide for the expiry period of 2 years for grants of probate and letters of administration, to provide for the requirement of the consent of spouses and lineal descendants prior to disposal of the estate property by administrators, to provide for the joint administration of executors and administrators of estates, and to remove from the Act all the obsolete terms used therein. Right Honorable Speaker, there are salient provisions of the bill, and it provides for repealing of definitions of legitimate and illegitimate children and replacing the age of minority of 21 years with 18 years in accordance with the Constitution. The other provision is to insert a new subsection under Section 27 of the Act to provide that 20% of the deceased estate shall not be distributed, but shall be held in trust for the education, maintenance, and welfare of minor children or children above 18 years of age but below 25 years of age, if at the time of death of the intestate these children were undertaking studies and were not married, to cater for children with disabilities who are above 18 years of age, if at the time of the death of the intestate these children were not married and were wholly dependent on the intestate for their livelihood. The bill also seeks to uphold Article 32 of the Constitution, namely affirmative action, by allowing married women to dispose of any property which they would be entitled to dispose of during their life, or which they are entitled to under a will. The clause also repeals phrases is deaf or dumb or blind, or is ordinarily insane and is of unsound mind, and replaces them with more suitable terms. The bill also makes it a requirement for a widow or widower to give notice of her or his intention to apply for letters of administration for her or his deceased spouse's estate to the Administrator General. Makes it compulsory for testators to provide for their spouses, lineal descendants, and dependent relatives in their wills. Makes an addition to the legal requirements of making a will that is valid in law. Clause 31 makes it a requirement for each of the witnesses to write his or her name and address on every page of the will in the presence.
Honorable Minister, have you gone to committee stage?
We shall go to the committee stage, Right Honourable Speaker.
Just briefly speak, because we have a report that is going to be given.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, the bill intends to make these changes to bring the issue of succession in line with the current practice and best practices, and in line also with our aspirations as a country. We interacted with the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, and we have shared comments also from interested parties, and we have our own views. Right Honourable Speaker, government is receptive to the proposals that are meant to further improve this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, once again I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Can you present your executive summary? The report was uploaded on your laptops, so let's have the executive summary.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. This is the report of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee on the Succession Amendment Bill 2021. And before I continue, I would like to thank the members of the committee who stood with me to do this hard work, the members and staff. And I would like that they should stand up for recognition if they are here in the House. Please recognize the effort they put in. As you said, Madam Speaker, last week the report was uploaded. Allow me to lay on table a signed copy of the report, signed by 16 out of 32 members, and a set of the minutes.
Please lay.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have an executive summary that I will present, and like the Minister said, the Succession Amendment Bill 2021 was read for the first time on the 5th of October 2021. And pursuant to the rules of Parliament, rules of procedure of Parliament, it was referred to the Secretarial Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny. And in accordance with those rules, we examined the bill and we present it here for consideration with its observations and recommendations. We met various stakeholders. Those can be looked at in the report. I'll straight away go to highlight some of the issues that are coming up for consideration. First is the amendment of Section 2 of the Succession Act. The bill proposes to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act to remove repugnant words which create a distinction between children based on the marital status of the children's parents. So the bill proposes to substitute for the phrase illegitimate child, lineal descendant. Secondly, ownership of property before and during marriage. The bill proposes to delete Section 3 of the Succession Act, which provision prohibits a person from acquiring interest in property of a person he or she marries. The committee examined the provision and is of the considered opinion that Section 3 should be deleted since it's misplaced. It deals with matrimonial property, a matter which is relevant to marriage and divorce laws and not to succession. And it's supported by a Supreme Court decision. The other one is the distribution of property of an intestate. An intestate is somebody who dies without leaving a will. The bill proposes various amendments to Section 27 of the Act, which relates to the distribution of the estate of an intestate. Section 27 of the Succession Act was declared unconstitutional in the case of Law and Advocacy for Women in Uganda versus Attorney General, where court found that the provision was discriminatory on the basis of sex, since it made reference to distribution on the death of a male intestate and not for a female intestate. So it fell short of guaranteed constitutional standards of equality between men and women and led to a lacuna in the law. So some of the provisions that come up are expanding the application to both male and female intestates and also spouses in marriage, reserving 20% of the estate to be held in trust for the education, maintenance, and welfare of the lineal descendants. Then giving the surviving spouse, in case the deceased is survived by a spouse, lineal descendants, and customary heir, changing that from 15 to 20% and reducing the entitlement of a dependent relative from 9 to 4%. It also allows the surviving spouse who remarries before the estate of the deceased person is distributed to share in the estate of his or her deceased husband or wife, respectively. Another is Clause 13 and also 21, reservation of the residential holdings. The bill makes provisions reserving the principal residential property and any other property from distribution. Clause 13 proposes to amend Section 26 of the Act to devolve the residential holding and any other residential property to the surviving spouse and lineal descendants. The other one is Clause 17, which talks about separation and its effects on marriage. The bill proposes to amend Section 30 of the Act relating to separation. Currently, Section 30 bars a spouse of the intestate from taking an interest in the estate of an intestate if at the time of death of the intestate, the spouse had separated from the intestate as a member of the same household. So that's also one of the provisions. There's also Clause 43 on preference of the surviving spouse to administer the estate of a deceased person. The bill proposes to insert a new Section 201A in the Principal Act, granting preference to the surviving spouse, the right to administer the estate of his or her deceased spouse, and the committee agrees with the proposal in the bill. Another provision, okay, those are the ones that I've highlighted, but we also had new emerging matters. I'll look at one of them. During the consultation that we undertook, a number of new matters were brought to our attention, and these matters are currently not provided for in the bill or the Principal Act and have been considered by the committee in accordance with Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. One of them is the application of the Principal Act to Muslims. The committee received memoranda and met with the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, the Uganda Muslim Lawyers Association, as well as other Muslim scholars and clerics, who proposed that the Succession Act should not apply to Muslims. They justified their proposal on the grounds that the current Succession Act contravenes the distribution of property of a deceased person ordained by Allah in the Quran. The committee examined this proposal and rejected it on the grounds that it will create a lacuna in the law, since it will exempt the application of the Succession Act to Mohammedans, yet there is currently no law as envisaged in Article 29(1)(d). In such a situation, if a Muslim leaves no will, how shall the estate be handled between the period when the bill is passed into law and the enactment of a law envisaged in Article 29(1)(d). This will make the estates of intestate Mohammedans subject to abuse and unregulated. And the committee is also concerned that exempting the application of the Succession Act to Mohammedans will have the effect of fettering the discretion of persons professing the Islamic faith who may wish to distribute their estates in accordance with the Succession Act. So we recommended that the proposal be rejected and that government expeditiously introduces in Parliament a bill for an act envisaged in Article 129 1D of the Constitution. Madam Speaker and honourable members, the proposed amendments in the bill, if passed, would transform the law of succession in Uganda by clearing the lacunas in the Succession Act, Cap 162, to provide for gender equality and repealing provisions that were declared unconstitutional. I beg to report.
Thank you so much for the good report. Members, I believe you've read the report, and you have what? Yes.
One, Right Honourable Speaker, is to applaud the committee. It's a very brilliant committee. They have done this bill, in my opinion, justice. And I want to particularly commend you for dropping the aspect of exempting a certain section of our society from the application of this law. I say so because, in my opinion, the way I understand it, and constitutionally, it's only Parliament which is empowered through the law to make law, unless delegated by Parliament to another person. Therefore, for any section of our society to try to say, exempt us because we already have a law that handles that aspect of life, becomes, in my opinion, a nullity which cannot stand. Therefore, we have a committee which knows what they are doing. I stand with the committee on this aspect.
Thank you, and thank you for starting the debate before I opened it. And the debate can continue. If there is no debate...
Madam Speaker, not completed, since you have allowed that we debate.
And one thing I have liked of the report is the precedences that have been set. They've got a precedence from court so that nothing else should be challenged. Thank you, Honorable. You've not finished. Okay, you finish.
Very good. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yeah, I was also highlighting the aspect of gender equality. Colleagues and Right Honourable Speaker, you'll be aware that in most cultures, most especially when we talk about the issue of the females vis-a-vis the males, society has had that tendency of thinking that when you're a female, you cannot take over from your parents. You are not entitled to succeed. You are not entitled to a piece of land. And I think any member who is seated here right now should give maximum attention to this bill, because tomorrow it is going to affect you, not the next person, but you. I have seen people who have decided to step out. Maybe some people don't know how important this particular law or piece of legislation is. So I support this act of making sure that we have some sort of gender balance when we talk about succession. I think this is a very intelligent committee, and the chair, you are doing very well.
Members, thank you so much. I am going to allow just 5 people, and we go to the committee stage. Yes, Milton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Speaker, I commend the committee for the report. Right Speaker, as a feminist and a father of a good number of girls, I'm happy and I have every reason to smile by us capturing the issue of females clearly into this law. Right Honourable Speaker, last weekend we were in Kamuli, February, of a parent of a prominent citizen in this country. But when they said it is a lady to be made a heir, it sounded a little an abomination to some people. Hey, why a lady to be a heir? I'm happy that you are capturing it loud and clear in this law. And I should say, bravo. And I'm happy it is a government law. I thank my government for moving ahead of the societal challenges. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, everything we talk of affirmative action, to some extent, it has been endangering male. We talk of women this, women in this, women in this. Now when it comes to inheritance, there are women, there are ladies who earn more than men in their homes, or more than their husbands. But when it comes to inheritance or sharing of the estate, it is normally carried away by the relatives of the deceased, the female deceased. I'm happy the law is also addressing this. So I thank the committee, I thank government for this law. I thank you and I rest my case.
Thank you so much. By the way, I'm also here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm here in our home. Ochero, Idi, Kunihira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also had my voice to appreciate the wonderful work by the committee, though I have one or two issues to raise. Madam Speaker, you quoted one of the most powerful articles of the Constitution, Article 21, and it tickled my mind, that all men are equal before the law. Madam Speaker, Article 32, Clause 2, Article 32, Clause 2 is very emphatic on laws against dignity of women are prohibited by the Constitution. Madam Speaker, in my study of this report, I look at provision especially on dissolution of marriage or on death. Who benefits? Madam Speaker, one of the things I look at is that there are men don't only have married women. Men who are here on the can also have unmarried women. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a very serious matter of concern. This one is completely absent. The laws do not desegregate. The laws do not segregate. Madam Speaker, I want to assure you that married women who benefit because they contributed. Even the unmarried women contribute to the family. Now, more so, why are we condemning a unmarried woman as if it is her job to marry herself? It is the man who is supposed to marry her. Now, if a man decides to stay with you without marrying you, and after he dies, they are now saying for you don't benefit anything. And yet, if you look at it carefully, very carefully, ladies and gentlemen, even the married women suffer more. They suffer more all the time, both at night and day. And the married women suffer the more. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that we cannot punish the already punished. This parliament must come with a clause catering for women who are not married, who have stayed with the man. After the man has died, the children of the unmarried women are catered for, leaving the mother of the children unattended to. Yet you spend all your energy producing and struggling to keep the
Fine,
children.
the point has been got, Chair has gotten the point, and the Minister,
Thank you.
that will be handled. Huh? Yes.
There's information. I want some information.
Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give information to my land friend, Norman, that the law does not discriminate unmarried persons. Reason being that if your father dies, regardless of your age, regardless of your sex, you'll benefit. But it's only protecting people who are married. But that does not mean that those who are not married are not catered for. And the only remedy that I can give is that if you're with your girlfriend that you have not yet married and you want your girlfriend to benefit, make a will.
Council,
make a will.
Council, what is protecting the married are couples. When the couple dies,
yes,
not the father.
Here we are talking about a couple.
Yes.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that if you want the girlfriend to benefit, the only remedy he has is to make a will. This law allows you to make a will and bequeath and give your property to any person. So if you have a person you're staying with, make a will and give to that person. The law provides for that, Madam Speaker.
Annette, you'll give after Annette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm in support of Honorable who was speaking. I think Council maybe misinterpreted him. But I'm here to stand to defend in cases where a man dies without making a will. And in most cases, even the church, when the church comes to bury, they only consider the legitimate married woman in church. We have seen this, and the other widow is left out to suffer with the children. I think I want to applaud the committee that did this report, but I think it is also humble and fitting to fix in that clause so that the rest of other women outside are also catered for. Especially in our cultures, they say that you cannot count women for a man, so they graze in their own way. Thank you.
But members,
thank you so much.
Members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Just a clarification. Madam Speaker, I need to be clarified by a colleague. Why would you think men must die first and not the women? Can I be clarified? Why people are saying men die first?
Right Honorable Speaker, I was giving information to the colleagues. She had given me an opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to agree with the hold of the floor. Yes, Council, you observed that somebody can use a will as a way out. But I can tell you, if the existence of wills was able to cure problems, we would not need this law. But today we are grappling with so many problems. Some people are dying intestate, meaning that you have died without what? A will. Accidents are there, fire, everything. So I want to agree with the Honorable Chiro. This is our opportunity now. Let us look at this law with a keen eye. Do not walk out. Do not slumber. Leave your phone down and concentrate. This is the law that we needed before. Thank you.
Members, when you look at this will, I mean the bill, it's looking at spouses. A spouse with a bill and without a bill. I mean with a will and without a will. How do we handle a spouse who has left behind a will? And then how do we handle that without a will? And I thought that's the principle. So let's not bring in the concubines. And if the men want, they write a will. Edie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the Committee of Legal for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the report that has been presented to the House today is a very popular report, and this is a very popular bill because it concerns directly our people and us ourselves. Right Honorable Speaker, when this bill was considered, I think the committee did not envisage that there are other religions that do it in a way where parents, husbands die intestate. For example, in the Islamic way, there are percentages that are given a situation where a man dies without a will. So as we are considering this law, we must bear in mind that there is a way Muslims do it automatically. There is no quarrel. As long as you die intestate, there is a way it is handled. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. I had given Kunihira to say something before you come in, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to also add my voice to the voice of the rest for the good bill that they have developed for us. My key interest in this bill is the issue of children. And I want to thank the committee for being able to capture the word illegitimate child. And the second thing that I want to thank the committee for is to capture the word adopted child. And I believe that these two kinds of children should be clearly outlined in this bill to make sure that they are taken care of. I don't know who calls children illegitimate, because every child is legitimate. If I had the authority, I would have removed the word illegitimate in the bill, but I think that's the best way to describe this category of children in this bill. And I want to thank the committee for that. But Madam Speaker, I would like to add a more stronger voice on the adopted child. That several families have children that are adopted, but probably they have not been adopted legally. And these children that have been raised up in families and are not adopted legally, what does the bill say about them? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kunihira, your fears is what the bill is curing. Legitimate versus illegitimate. It's what the bill is curing. So your issues are covered. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I move under Rule 81 of our Rules of Procedure that since we've had the debate and we have the committee stage where we can even have more debate and going on concrete resolutions, I move that we close the debate and the House moves to the committee stage.
Is the motion seconded? Aye. The ayes have it. It has been seconded by Annette, by Okia, by Human Rights Acting Law, by Willison, by Okwalinga, by Kunihira, by Paparu, both Edie and Stephen. Thank you so much, Chair, for your report. And members of the committee, I want to thank you so much for this very good committee. I now put a question that the bill entitled Succession Amendment Bill 2021 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Succession Amendment Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. The Succession Amendment Bill 2021, Clause 1.
Clause 1, Chair.
Madam Chair, Clause 1 is on the amendment of Section 2 of the Succession Act. And Clause 1 of the bill is amended in paragraph E in the definition of dependent relative to delete the phrase "or substantially." B, by inserting immediately after paragraph J the following, by inserting immediately after paragraph M the following, lineal descendant means a person who is descended in a direct line from the deceased person and includes the child and grandchild of the deceased and any person related to the deceased in a direct descending line up to 6 degrees downwards. The justification is, first of all, to restrict dependent relatives to only persons who are wholly dependent on the deceased person and not as proposed in the bill. Secondly, to define who a lineal descendant is, since the phrase is used extensively in the bill and the Principal Act without being defined.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I am not very comfortable with this amendment, Madam Chair. I'm not comfortable with the deletion of the phrase "or substantially." largely because substantially now leaves the whole law to talk about wholly, those who are wholly dependent. But we know in our situation, Madam Chair, leaving the phrase substantially helps to accommodate the fact that some dependent relatives may not be wholly depending on that estate. Let's say an old mother has 4 children, depends in part on all those children. So I would request, Madam Madam Chair, that the phrase is left there substantially to accommodate this situation.
Madam Speaker, when we were discussing this, we found that because it's initially in the bill, they were talking about wholly or substantially dependent on the deceased, and we thought substantial dependence would be difficult to prove. We thought, I mean, people may come up to burden the deceased estate. So we thought those who had been wholly dependent on them, maybe like an old mother who has actually been living with you and on whom you have been, who has been entirely dependent upon you, should be the people to benefit. Because I think it leaves it would leave a bit of confusion if we left the word substantial.
Do you have something to say?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm proposing that the wording of this clause be left as it is. When writing these laws, we must be mindful of the societies in which we live, the nature of the society we live, and we are not that advanced to be wholly separated from our families. Give myself, for example, I don't stay with my mother. She has 5 children. Each of them participate in her upkeep. So someone will pay rent, another one will pay this, another one will take care of that, and the 5 of us take care of her. If you change and remove substantially dependent, then that means that the question of anyone who is not wholly dependent on the deceased cannot participate in this estate. Now, the exclusion of substantially actually restricts it to only those persons who do not have any other place of dependence other than the estate of the deceased. Right Honourable Speaker, that is a very difficult find.
Can I hear from a lady?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the position of the Honourable Minister and the Attorney General, because when somebody wholly depends on you, it implies that you are actually taking care of this person completely. Substantially means that I may not be look at, for example, a nephew or a niece has parents. This child may go there go to the parents, but substantially I am the one responsible for this child's education. So when we remove the word substantial, we shall lose out on those other people who don't wholly depend on a person, but substantially depend on the person. So I don't see any confusion that this causes. For me, I am of the view that we maintain the clause that as is in the bill. We can go further, Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Chair. We can go further to define what wholly and substantial mean if, in the opinion of the chair of the Legal Affairs Committee, it is causing confusion. Let us define them but maintain them there. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Chair. Let me hear from the chair. Stephen, I'll come.
Madam Chair, I was just requesting that you listen to information from Honourable Fox on this, because he was vocal in talking about
Honourable
it.
Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there are about 2 pieces of legislation that introduce a substantiality test: the Presidential Elections Act and the Parliamentary Elections Act. If you allege that there has been non-compliance with the provisions of the law, and you want court to declare an election invalid, you also have to prove that that non-compliance affected the results in a substantial manner. The burden of proving substantiality is on the person who's alleging, who claims the benefit. Now, here you are talking about estates of deceased persons, and you are talking about people who claim they were dependent on the estates. You are placing on them.
Honourable Fox, I don't want you to mix election petition vis-a-vis this act, this bill.
Madam
The
Chair.
substantiality in election petition should be different from this one.
Madam Chair, I agree. But the problem is in the introduction of the substantiality test. What amounts to substantially being dependent on the deceased person? Is it 60%? Is it 40%? Is it 50%? It's ambiguous, and we wanted to assure that ambiguity by removing it completely and stating what is the obvious. If you were wholly dependent on the deceased person, then you are entitled to benefit. Madam Chair, the other problem is this. You will have so many relatives coming up, an innumerable number of relatives coming up to allege they were dependent substantially on a deceased person, and they will run in on the estate. That is the second evil we wanted to cure by removing the substantiality test. I thank you.
Yes, please, Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, bring the amendments. We are not debating. We passed the debate.
Madam Chair, I'm just giving information, and this is a follow-up on Honorable Fox's information. What happened actually, Madam Chair, is that we went to the field, and people down there are even actually against this idea of dependence, that you bring people in your home, you help them, and then when you die, they partake on your what? Your estate. So these people will pay for school fees, and when they get holidays, they come and stay in our homes. Then when you die, they were substantially dependent on the estate. That's the problem. So we say, okay, if it is holy, it is fine. But dependent substantially, people will come from the villages from all over to claim they are substantially dependent and claim a portion of the estate. That's the problem.
Maybe you could go by what Honorable Sarah is, that we will have to define what substantial test is. Yes?
I beg to submit and support the submission from the Chair of Human Rights, a very bright and intelligent personality. Madam Chair, let me agree and say that it is very difficult for us to bring on board issues of dependence. Even if we try to say that we go ahead and qualify what substantiality means in this law, it only opens a Pandora's box that will give you headache you cannot manage. Let us agree and put this law directly so that it is very clear. Otherwise, you'll have issues, and issues. I also want to remind you that in society, people have had challenges. But even when there is a law, there is a way they do things quietly. People can administratively handle some of those things. This dependent, you will also benefit in this way, silently. We do not need to put everything in the law. We shall have problems. Finally, Madam Chair, it is the reason I was trying to tell you, let us continue with the debate. Some people were hurrying to. Those are the sticky issues. We needed to put an eye and debate properly before we come to this stage. This is not supposed to be a level 4.
That is not conclusive. What's wrong with you?
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, we are making a law to ensure that we solve a problem, but not causing more problems. If the two words are disturbing us for purposes of English, substantiality and then wholly, why don't we look for another simpler word? Because you are now encouraging that as long as I'm helping you partially, some others will come up, and eventually there are going to be a problem. So let's look for a slightly simpler word. Yes. I've suggested partially. You say partially.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honorable
Thank you,
members.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want us to know in whose interest are we deliberating this. Madam Chair, we are debating in the interest of all Ugandans, but specifically the family members. Because if we go ahead and invite other people, it is going to cause more confusion, just like Honorable Kubek has stated it. Because if we have found families who are stable, and we are making a law that invites our relatives and extended relatives to come and begin sharing the properties of the deceased, I think we shall have done a disservice.
Thank you. I've heard from so many of you. Can I hear from the Minister?
Madam Chair, I concede.
Thank you. Do you consider Part B also? Part B also, it's okay?
Madam Chair, I concede. Let's go with the recommendation of the committee.
I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended do stand part of the bill, and those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands. I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause
I
4.
put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Chairperson.
Clause 13, we propose to amend section 26 of the Principal Act. Clause 13 is amended, A, by substituting for the proposed subsection 2B the following. 2B, a person who evicts or attempts to evict a surviving spouse, lineal descendant or dependent relative who is entitled to occupy the residential holding or any other residential holding commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding 168 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 7 years or both. B, in the proposed subsection 2C, by substituting for the words joint tenant, by substituting for the words joint tenant, the words tenancy in common. Justification, to ensure that the principle of survivorship applies in the circumstances and ensure that ownership of the lineal descendants in the devolved property can be inherited rather than being extinguished upon death, as is in the case of joint tenancy. Secondly, to enhance the interests of the surviving spouse, lineal descendant, and dependent relative, if any, in the residential holding of an intestate.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I accept.
I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 13 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Chair.
Clause 14, amendment of section 27 of the Principal Act. Clause 14 of the bill is amended in the proposed section 27. In the proposed section 27(1), by substituting for the words principal residential property or other residential property, appearing in the proposed subsection 1, the words residential holding or other residential holding. By substituting for paragraph B the following. B, where the intestate leaves no surviving spouse or dependent relative under paragraph A1 or 2, capable of taking a portion of his or her property, the one, lineal descendants shall receive 99%, and 2, customary heir shall receive 1%. By substituting for paragraph D the following. Where the intestate is survived by customary heir, a spouse, or a dependent relative but no lineal descendant, the customary heir shall receive 1%, and 2, the surviving spouse or the dependent relative, as the case may be, shall receive 99% of the whole of the property of the intestate. In paragraph E, by inserting immediately before the word capable, the words other than a customary heir. By deleting paragraph F, B, by deleting the proposed subsection 8, and C, by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 8 the following. Where the customary heir is at the same time a lineal descendant of the intestate, the customary heir shall, in addition to his or her share as a customary heir, be entitled to share as a lineal descendant. The justification is to include a share of the customary heir in paragraphs B, D, E, and F. Paragraph F is redundant in light of Section 32 of the Act, which allows the state to take the property where there are no relatives of a deceased person. To harmonize the language and nomenclature used to refer to residential holding occupied by the testator. To empower a customary heir benefit as a customary heir in addition to his or her entitlement as a lineal descendant, since in most cases
The customary heir is appointed from amongst lineal descendants. To remove an absurdity which had allowed the Administrator General to share in the estate of an intestate while excluding the customary heir. To codify a customary practice which exists in most cultures where a customary heir is appointed to succeed the intestate and is entitled to benefit from the estate of a deceased person. To empower the surviving spouse to share in the trust created in the proposed section 27(2). The proposed subsection 8 is redundant since all dependent relatives take an equal share in the property of the intestate. For consistency and clarity, to refer to a deceased intestate rather than to a deceased, since the provision deals with intestate succession.
Honorable Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 15.
Chair.
Clause 15, replacement of section 28 of the Principal Act. Clause 15 is amended in the proposed section 28 by inserting immediately before the proposed subsection the following: all lineal descendants, spouses, and dependent relatives of an intestate shall share their proportion of a deceased intestate's property referred in section 27(1) in equal share. B, by substituting for the proposed subsection 2 the following: a person aggrieved by the distribution of property under this section may challenge the decision of the administrator in a court of competent jurisdiction. The justification is to ensure equity between beneficiaries in sharing the portion reserved for each class of beneficiaries in section 27 in equal share, to remove a lacuna in the proposed section 28 wherein provision was not made as to the manner of sharing the estate of an intestate by each of the beneficiaries referred in section 27, and lastly, to empower a person aggrieved by the decision of the administrator to challenge such a decision in a court of competent jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, accepted.
I put a question that the clause 15 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 15 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 15 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Aye. Honorable Silas of Kumi Municipality, we are at committee stage, not a debate stage. If you know, you're now debating on the principles, silo. Thank you.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Chair.
Clause 17, replacement of section 30 of the Principal Act. Clause 17 is amended in the proposed subsection 32 by inserting immediately after paragraph B the following new paragraph. C, the intestate is the one who caused the separation. B, in the proposed section 33 by inserting immediately after the phrase court may the words for good cause. The justification is to expand the grounds upon which court may allow a surviving spouse to benefit from the estate of a deceased person, notwithstanding the separation of the surviving spouse from the intestate person, to include other justifiable grounds, since the existing provision is limited in scope and does not take into account other justifiable grounds, including ill health, education, and employment. To allow a surviving spouse to benefit from the estate of the intestate if the intestate was the one who caused the separation, for instance, victims of domestic violence who may have sought refuge in shelters. To grant court the discretion to determine on a case-by-case basis justifiable grounds upon which a surviving spouse may be allowed to benefit from the estate of an intestate, notwithstanding the separation of the surviving spouse from the intestate. The deletion of paragraph B is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment of paragraph A, which expanded the provision to cater for matters proposed in paragraph B.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
I put a question that clause 17 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes
Clause
have it.
18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Chair.
Clause 21, amendment of section 36 of the Principal Act. Clause 21 is amended in paragraph D1 by substituting for the proposed subsection 6 the following. 6. Notwithstanding subsection 2, where a person making a will is married or has children, the residential holding normally occupied by that person as a principal residence or owned by him or her as a principal residential holding or any other residential holding possessed by that person, including the chattels therein, shall not form part of the property to be disposed of in the will and shall be held by his or her personal representative upon trust for his or her spouses and lineal descendants, subject to the rights of occupation and terms and conditions set out in the second schedule to this Act. 2. By inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 6 the following new subsections. A person who evicts or attempts to evict a surviving spouse, lineal descendant or dependent relative who is entitled to occupy the residential holding or any other residential holding, commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding 168 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 7 years or both. Where the residential holding or any other residential holding devolves to the lineal descendants under this section, the lineal descendants shall be deemed to be entitled to the residential holding or any other residential holding as tenants in common. 3. By substituting for the proposed subsection 7 the following. 7. Subsection 6 shall not apply where the testator has made reasonable provision for the accommodation of the surviving spouse, lineal descendants, or dependent relatives who are entitled to occupy his or her residential holding. The justification: to harmonize the language and nomenclature used to refer to residential holdings occupied by the testator as used in section 26 of the Principal Act, instead of as proposed in the bill, since the nomenclature used in the bill is incapable of exact definition. It should be noted that in succession, the phrase residential holding is preferred to residential property, since the phrase residential holding broadly refers to the two types of residential holdings known to succession law, which are the residential holding being that residence normally occupied by a person prior to his or her death as his principal residential holding, or that residence which is owned by him or her as a principal residential holding. There's, however, a third type of residential holding being the other residential holding possessed by the person prior to his or her death. To provide for the manner of occupying the residential holding by the surviving spouse and lineal descendants as prescribed in the second schedule to the Act. To ensure that the principle of survivorship applies in the circumstances and ensure that the ownership of the lineal descendants in the devolved property can be inherited rather than being extinguished upon death in case of joint tenancy. To provide for the devolution of the residential holding upon the death of any of the persons who are entitled to occupy it. To enhance the protection and security of occupancy for the surviving spouse and lineal descendants by creating penal sanctions against a person who evicts or attempts to evict the surviving spouse and lineal descendants. To remove the reference to section 26(1), since that section does not apply in the circumstances owing to its application to intestate succession, while section 36 deals with testate succession. To expand the proposed subsection 7 to empower a testator to make provision for the accommodation of his or her beneficiaries, and to remove the requirement of providing accommodation at the same station in life, since such a benchmark is subjective and difficult to achieve.
Honorable Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21 as amended.
Now put a question that clause 21 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Chair.
Clause 22, replacement of section 37 of the Principal Act. In clause 22, in the head note of the proposed section 37, substitute for the word dependents the phrase dependent relative. The justification: for consistency with the body of the provision and the entire bill, wherein the word used is dependent relative and not dependents.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause. I put a question that clause 22. I put a question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22 as amended.
I put a question that clause 22 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I put a question that clause 25 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I put a question that clause 28 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I put a question that clause 29 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that clause 30 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Chair.
Clause 31. For clause 31, there is substituted the following. 31, amendment of section 50 of the Principal Act. Section 50 of the Principal Act is amended A in paragraph C by substituting for all the words appearing after the words each of the witnesses must, the words in the presence of the testator, sign and write his or her name and address on every page of the will, except that it shall not be necessary that more than one witness be present at the same time. B, by numbering the existing provisions as subsection 1 and inserting immediately after the following, where a person attesting a will does not write his or her name or address on a page of a will as required in subsection 1C, the will shall be valid except that the page of the will which does not bear the name or address of the testator shall, unless otherwise directed by court, be void. Justification. The proposal in paragraph A is to impose two obligations on the witness to sign each page of the will and write his or her name and address on every page of the will, instead of the proposal in the bill, which only obligates the attestation to be by writing the witness's name and address on every page of the will without the obligation to sign the will. To provide for the validity of the rest of the will where a page of a will is not attested to as required in section 51C. To allow courts to deal with the validity of a will where a page or any part of a will does not bear the name or address of the person witnessing a will.
Accepted.
I put a question at clause 31 as be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31 as amended.
I put a question at clause 31 as amended. Do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
Chair.
Clause 32, replacement of section 54 of the Principal Act. Delete clause 32. Justification. The proposal to allow an attesting witness to benefit from the will creates a conflict of interest and will affect the authentication of the will, since the evidence of that attesting witness will not be trusted by court, since such evidence is likely to be influenced by the benefit to that person in the will.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 32 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
Chair.
Clause 34, amendment of section 86 of the Principal Act. Clause 34 is amended in the proposed section 86(1)(a) by substituting for the words lineal descendant the words son or daughter of a deceased person. Justification: to restrict a reference to a child in a will to apply only to the biological and adopted children of the testator, since the word lineal descendant is broad and includes all persons who are descended in a direct line from the deceased person and includes a grandchild of the deceased and any person related to the deceased in a direct descending line up to 6 degrees downwards.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34 as amended.
I put a question that clause 34 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 35.
Clause 35.
Clause 35, amendment of section 87 of the Principal Act. For clause 35, there is substituted the following. 35, replacement of section 87 of the Principal Act. Section 87 of the Principal Act is repealed. Justification: the proposal to substitute the words illegitimate and legitimate with acknowledged will maintain an unlawful distinction between the children based on whether they have been acknowledged by their parent or not, a matter that was declared unconstitutional in the case of Law and Advocacy for Women in Uganda versus Attorney General of Uganda Constitutional Petition 13 of 2005. The amendment is inconsistent with other provisions of the bill, which have removed any unlawful distinction between children, yet this provision attempts to maintain it. The provision will create practical challenges if a parent does not acknowledge his or her child, thereby resulting in absurdity, wherein a child may be disinherited merely because he or she was not acknowledged by the parent, notwithstanding that the parent is the actual parent of the child.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary say. The ayes have it.
Clause 35 as amended.
I put a question that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Clause 36.
Clause 36, replacement of section 179 of the Principal Act. Clause 36 is amended in the proposed section 179 by A, inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 3 the following: notwithstanding subsection 1, every donation of a gift made under this section, the value of which exceeds 25 currency points, shall be in writing. B, deleting the proposed subsection 4. The justification: to require every donation of a gift made in contemplation of death of a value exceeding 500,000 shillings to be in writing. To delete the proposed subsection 4, which is redundant in light of the proposed subsection 3.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36 as amended.
I put a question that clause 36 as amended to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I put a question that clause 37 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I put a question that clause 39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
Chair.
Clause 46, replacement of section 215 of the Principal Act. Clause 46 is amended in the proposed section 215(2) by deleting paragraph B. The justification: a person who is not a fit and proper person cannot be given a grant to administer an estate. The Administrator General cannot supervise an administrator of an estate, since a grant of letters or probate places the administrator of an estate in the same position as the deceased person at law.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 46 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46 as amended.
I put a question that clause 46 as amended do stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I put a question that clause 47 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I put a question that clause 48 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I put a question that clause 49 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Clause 50.
I put a question that clause 50 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 50. Immediately after clause 50, insert the following new clause. Amendment of section 244 of the Principal Act. Section 244 of the Principal Act is amended by A, numbering the existing provision as subsection 1, and B, inserting immediately after the following. 2, the application referred to in subsection 1 shall be made within 1 year from the date of death of the testator. 3, where a person named as executor in a will does not apply for probate within the time prescribed in subsection 2, a beneficiary under the will may, with the will annexed, apply for letters of administration. Justification. To prescribe a time within which to apply for probate. To empower a beneficiary under the will to apply for letters of administration where no application is made for probate within 1 year from the date of death of the testator. To ensure the just and timely administration of estates of deceased persons. To provide a remedy in situations where executors appointed in the will refuse or neglect to apply for probate.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm just getting a clarification. I'm not trying to deviate from the principles of the law, but these are matters which are getting planted in the law. We will not have the time again. I want to find out, in the event that somebody is exiled for certain reasons, and the person is not able to be there to put up an application within 1 year, what happens?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In Uganda, with our legal system as it is now, you cannot be an administrator of an estate in Uganda if you're not resident in Uganda, whether by exile or by choice. So to answer your question directly, if a person is exiled within that time, then he cannot apply for letters of administration.
Thank you. Minister.
Accepted.
I know the minister is accepting it.
You see the problem is, Honorable Silas is talking, he's looking at, he did history. He's looking at history. But what the Attorney General is, it's about the law. What does the law say on what you're asking?
Madam Chair, I appreciate your wisdom. Exactly, we're coming from the same angle. But people will get exiled, and yet they're entitled back home to inheritance. And then because somebody cannot stay here for 1 full year, they come back and they have nothing total. That is where my concern
is. There anybody who is in exile who has been rejected from coming back to the country?
I cannot submit now and say they are there. It is so and so. But those are situations which are real, Madam Chair.
Honorable Silas, that is already provided in another law. We are making a law for this one. The other one is provided for in another law on how you can come back if you're in exile. I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 51.
Clause 51 as amended. Clause 51 has no amendment. I put a question that clause 51 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 50th.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 51. Immediately after clause 51, insert the following new clauses. Amendment of section 255 of the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by substituting for section 255 the following. 255. Proceedings suspended if caveat received. 1. A person who lodges a caveat under section 253 shall, within 14 days of lodging the caveat, serve a copy of the caveat to the petitioner for probate or letters of administration. 2. Where a caveat is lodged in respect of a petition for probate or letters of administration, court shall suspend the proceedings in the matter until the caveat has been withdrawn, lapsed, or a suit for the removal of the caveat has been filed and determined by court. Insertion of sections 255A. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 255 the following. 255A. Caveat and petition to lapse. A petitioner for probate or letters of administration in respect of which a caveat has been lodged shall, within 6 months from the date the caveat was lodged, file a suit for removal of the caveat. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 2, a person who lodges a caveat in respect of a petition for probate or letters of administration shall, within 6 months from the date the caveat was lodged, take proceedings or prove the objections contained in the caveat. 3. Where a person who lodges a caveat or a petitioner for probate or letters of administration does not comply with subsection 2 or 3, the caveat and the petition for probate or letters of administration shall lapse. Justification: to clarify on the proceedings that accrue after a caveat is lodged against the grant of letters or probate, and to bring finality to caveat proceedings by requiring the caveat to lapse after 6 months from the date of lodging of the caveat, unless proceedings are taken by the petitioner for probate or letters or the caveator to remove the caveat or prove the objections in the caveat, or upon an order of court on petition by the petitioner for letters or probate.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I would like to add another section to this, to the effect that where the caveat has or proceedings have not gone to court or otherwise, and after 6 months the caveat lapses, and there should be no other caveat after that placed by any petitioner.
Where are you framing it?
The framing as follows, Right Honourable Speaker. Where a caveat lodged under this section lapses, the caveator shall not lodge another caveat in respect to the said estate.
The committee has no objection.
You okay with it? I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed with amendment from the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Chair.
Clause 52 amendment of Section 258 of the Principal Act. Clause 52 is amended, A, in the proposed Section 258(3), by inserting immediately after the words 2 years, the words or any other reasonable time as determined by court. B, in the proposed Section 258(4), by deleting paragraph B, and 2, inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph B as follows. An executor of the estate of a deceased person whose estate is entitled to receive pension until the pension has been fully paid. Justification: to remove the exemption granted to estates managed by the Administrator General, since it will allow the Administrator General to hold on to those estates in perpetuity. Yet the grant of probate requires the Administrator General to distribute the estate to beneficiaries. To allow court grant additional time for expiration of probate beyond 2 years where it deems necessary in order to cater for exigencies that arise during administration, which may necessitate the administration of estates beyond 2 years as proposed in the bill. To ensure that estates probate granted over estates receiving pension does not terminate until the pension obligations have been fully settled.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 52 as amended. I put a question that clause 52 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52 as amended.
I put a question that clause 52 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
Chair.
Clause 53, amendment of Section 259 of the Principal Act. Clause 53 is amended, A, in the proposed Section 259(3) by inserting immediately after the words 2 years, the words or any other reasonable time as determined by court. B, in the proposed Section 259(4) by changing the numbering of the paragraphs to alphabetical letters. In paragraph 1 by substituting for the word subsection, the word section. 3, by inserting immediately after paragraph 1 the following: an administrator in respect of an estate to which Section 27(2) applies, except that for cases falling under Section 27(2), letters of administration shall remain valid only in respect of the trust created under Section 27(2), or an administrator of the estate of a deceased person whose estate is entitled to receive pension until the pension has been fully paid. 4, by deleting paragraph 2. Justification: to remove the exemption granted to estates managed by the Administrator General, since it will allow the Administrator General to hold on to those estates in perpetuity, yet the grant of probate requires the Administrator General to distribute the estate to the beneficiaries. To allow court grant additional time for expiration of letters beyond 2 years where it deems necessary in order to cater for exigencies that arise during administration, which may necessitate the administration of estate beyond 2 years as proposed in the bill. To cater for estates where some of the beneficiaries are lineal descendants by ensuring that the letters terminate upon the descendants ceasing to qualify under Section 27(2), as well as those receiving pension. To correct a clerical mistake in the proposed paragraph 1.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 53 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53 as amended.
I put a question that clause 53 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
54, Chair.
Clause 54, amendment of Section 265 of the Principal Act. Clause 54 is amended by substituting for paragraph A the following: by numbering the existing provision as subsection 1 and deleting all the words appearing after the words civil procedure. Justification: the proposal to have either person before court in a contentious case, either be the petitioner or defendant, causes practical challenges since the provision does not prescribe who will make this determination. The proposal presupposes a typical suit, yet this is not the case. Usually, when a person registers a caveat against the grant of probate or administration, a person aggrieved may apply for the removal of the caveat. In dispensing with this application, court may inquire into the contention, adopting the procedures laid out in the civil procedure laws and regulations. To expand the provision to provide a procedure for dealing with contentious matters before the High Court.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 54 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54 as amended.
I put a question that clause 54 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause 55.
Clause 55. Replacement of section 268 of the Principal Act. Clause 55 is amended in the proposed section 268A, in the proposed subsection 2 by inserting immediately after the word deceased appearing in the second line of the provision the word person. B, by deleting the proposed subsection 3. C, by substituting for the proposed subsection 4 the following. 4. Notwithstanding subsection 1, a person may, before the grant of letters of administration or probate, take possession of the property of the deceased person for the purpose of A, preserving the estate of a deceased person, B, providing for the funeral of a deceased person, C, providing immediate necessities of the family of the deceased person, D, preserving and prudent management of the business of the deceased person, including preserving the goods of trade of the deceased person, or E, receiving money or other funds belonging to the deceased person. D, by deleting the proposed subsection 5. E, in the proposed subsection 6, by substituting for the words intermedio in the words take possession of. 2, substituting for the words 6 months the words 3 months. F, in the proposed subsection 7, by substituting for the words intermedios with the words takes possession of. G, by substituting for the proposed subsection 8 the following. 8, a person who has reason to believe that the person who has taken possession of the estate of a deceased person pursuant to subsection 4 has caused loss or damage to the estate may seek redress from the Ministerial General or his or her agent. H, by substituting for the proposed subsection 9 the following. 9, a person who intermeddles in the estate of a deceased person or takes possession of the property of the deceased person shall be personally liable for any loss occasioned to that estate and shall make good the loss occasioned to the estate. I, by deleting the proposed subsection 10. J, in the proposed subsection 11, by substituting for the words intermedios in the estate, the words takes possession of the property. Justification: to remedy an absurdity that has been created by allowing a person to intermeddle in the estate of a deceased person, yet intermeddling was an offense. To remove redundant provisions for better drafting.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 55 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 55 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
56, Chair.
Clause 56, replacement of section 270 of the Principal Act. Clause 56 is amended in the proposed section 270A by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 2 the following. Where a surviving spouse, lineal descendant or guardian of a minor withholds his or her consent to the disposal of the property belonging to a deceased person, the executor or administrator, as the case may be, may apply to a court of competent jurisdiction for redress. Where the surviving spouse, lineal descendant, or the guardian of a minor has withheld his or her consent, court may, if satisfied that the disposal of the property is beneficial to the estate or to a beneficiary of the estate, authorize the sale of the property with or without conditions. B, by substituting for the proposed subsection 3 the following. 3, the executor, executrix, or administrator shall account for the proceeds of sale to A, in the case of a sale under subsection 1, to the beneficiaries, and in the case B, in the case of a sale pursuant to subsection 2, to the court that granted the consent. Justification: to empower a person aggrieved by a decision to dispose of property belonging to the estate of a deceased person to apply to court for redress. To empower court to grant consent to dispose of property belonging to an estate where consent is unreasonably withheld.
Yes.
Madam Chair, my concern, the good thing the Attorney General is around on the issue of timelines, whether it's not proper for us to institute a timeline. You know, when people stay long with the resources which are not theirs, they get attempted to utilize them. So can't we put a timeline that you should account within this period? That's what I wanted to hear.
It's provided for.
Madam Chair, the number of days, I didn't hear, maybe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is only introducing the amendments. In the Act, any person who carries an estate must account within 6 months and close the account within 1 year. You must have a statement in the court within 6 months and then close within 1 year. So that wasn't amended.
Chair, Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 56 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56 as amended.
I put a question that clause 56 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I put a question that clause 57 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
Chair.
Clause 58. Amendment of Section 272 of the Principal Act. Clause 58 is amended in the proposed Section 272(2) by deleting the words or letters of administration or administrator and or administrators whenever they appear in the provisions. B, by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 2 the following. Where in an estate with more than one executor or administrator, a dispute arises between the executor or administrators or between the executor or an administrator and a beneficiary of the estate, the disputes shall be referred for arbitration by the registrar of the High Court or a chief magistrate. A person aggrieved by the decision of the registrar or chief magistrate under this section may appeal the decision in accordance with the law relating civil procedure. The Chief Justice shall issue practice directions to regulate the arbitration proceedings undertaken by a registrar or chief magistrate under this section. Justification: to restrict the provision to executors and not administrators, since the latter are nominated by the beneficiaries and cannot delegate that appointment. To provide a mechanism for settling disputes between executors and administrators of estates.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I would like to propose a minor amendment to this amendment. Under B, paragraph 2, which is talking about civil procedure. I'd like to propose that we delete civil procedure, relating to civil procedure, and simply say person aggrieved by the decision of the registrar or chief magistrate under this section may appeal the decision in accordance with the law. Because civil procedure, I think, is restricted to another section of the court, not so much with this one to do with succession.
Chair. Chair, I think civil procedure is still within the law. Are you in agreement with the minister?
In agreement with the minister?
Yes. That we delete relating to civil procedure. With the law, within the law. Keep it within the law.
We could say with the law, but when you come to civil procedure, it's more specific. Many laws fall back to that, but there's nothing wrong with saying according to the law, because it will still fall back to the civil procedure.
So that, yes?
For me, I would have allowed it to stay with the initial submission of the committee, because I do not see a situation where we are going to handle a matter of civil nature in the criminal law. So it would be better, in my opinion, we be clear and stay with the word civil. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Appeals are a creature of statute. The civil procedure are just rules. So the moment you grant a person the right to appeal, then you determine the procedure that you're going to use to appeal. You are talking about magistrates' court. They have different rules of appeal, which are not provided for in the civil procedure rules. When you're appealing from the magistrates' court to the high court, you have a different rule and procedure that you use. So saying in accordance with the law does not tie you down to any specific space. So I think it will be more inclusive and easier for us to deal with, because then if you see further on, they are saying the Chief Justice may give the practice direction. Now those practice directions are also used as rules of procedure, but they are not civil procedure rules. So leaving it in accordance with the law allows you the latitude to be able to operate.
That is beautiful, our Attorney General. Now, the last question is about the level of appeal. Should it be open up to the Supreme Court, the final level? Or we close it like we do with elections, that we stop at the High Court?
I don't see anything wrong with saying in accordance with the law. We could leave it at that.
I put a question that clause 58 be amended as proposed with a deletion of relating to civil procedure rule as suggested by Attorney General. Those in favor say at the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 58 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
Chair.
Clause 59, amendment of section 273 of the Principal Act. Delete clause 59. Justification, the proposal to require consent of the beneficiaries as well as leave of court every time an executor or administrator dies will make the administration of estates very expensive and tedious. The surviving executor or administrator will have to seek the consent of the beneficiaries and leave of court before continuing to administer or execute the estate.
The amendment is redundant in light of Section 187 of the Succession Act, which empowers the surviving executor to continue upon the death of one or more executors, and contravenes the provisions of the Registration of Titles Act, especially Sections 134 and 192, which all recognize the principle of survivorship.
Minister?
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 59 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I put a question that clause kiss stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 61.
I put a question that clause 61 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I put a question that clause 62 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 63.
I put a question that clause 63 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 64.
I put a question that clause 64 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 65.
I put a question that clause 65 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I put a question that clause 66 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 67.
I put a question that clause 67 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 68.
Chair.
Clause 68. Miscellaneous amendments to the Principal Act. In Clause 68 is amended A by deleting paragraph A1, B in paragraph A5, AV, by deleting the words lunatic and. Justification: the proposal to substitute for the word minor for infant introduces a foreign word in the law of succession. The law on succession uses the words minor child or minor child and not the word infant, which is incapable of exact definition. The amendment is also redundant since a minor means a person below 18 years of age, a definition that includes an infant. The deletion of the words lunatic and is intended to remedy a conflict between paragraphs A5 and C2, where the word lunatic is defined twice and differently, thereby creating an ambiguity. This is Roman 5 and Roman 2.
Minister?
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 68 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 68 as amended.
And now put a question that clause 68 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 69.
69. Chair.
Clause 69. Insertion of sections 340, 341, and 342 in the Principal Act. Clause 69 of the bill is amended in the proposed section 341 by substituting for the head note the following: savings and transitional. B, numbering the existing provisions as subsection 1. C, inserting immediately after the following new subsections. 2, a grant of probate or letter of administration issued to a person by a court of competent jurisdiction before the coming into force of this Act shall remain valid for a period of 3 years after the coming into force of this Act. 3, a grant of probate or letters of administration issued to the Administrator General before the coming into force of this Act shall remain valid for a period of 5 years after the coming into force of this Act. 4. A grant of probate or letter of administration referred to in subsection 2 and 3 may, on application to court by the executor or administrator of an estate, be extended for a reasonable period as determined by court. 5. A will made before the coming into force of this Act shall not be affected by the provisions of section 50C. Justification: to prescribe a time within which letters of administration and probate granted to estates prior to the commencement of this Act shall terminate. A consequential amendment arising from the amendments proposed in section 258 and 259 to require the exercise of the powers of administrator or executor for grants made prior to the commencement of this Act to be within 3 years from the date of commencement of this Act. To save wills that are in existence at the commencement of this Act from the strict application of the provisions of section 50C, since such wills can be deemed invalid due to the new requirements for attesting wills proposed under section 50C, which requirements were not in existence at the time of making such a will.
Minister.
Accepted.
I put a question that clause 69 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 69 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 69 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
I put a question that clause 70 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause
the ayes have
71.
it.
Clause 71.
I put a question that clause 71 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
I put a question that clause 72 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 73.
I put a question that clause 73 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I now put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered a bill entitled the Succession Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it with many amendments, particularly clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 50, 51, right up to 73. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has deleted clause 59. It has also inserted a new provision immediately after clause 21, 51, 56, 69. I beg to report further that there is no clause that has been stood over. I beg to report.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
I now put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I move that the bill entitled the Succession Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time and do pass. I beg to move.
I now put a question that the bill entitled Succession Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari. Kwanza kabisa na kuletea muktasari wa habari. Naitwa Bella Masangano, karibu. Rais Museveni akutana na balozi wa Kenya nchini na kujadili naye. Mamlaka ya uwekezaji yafanya urejeshwaji wa ardhi zisizoendelezwa. Waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Ujerumani kutembelea mashariki mwa Ukraine. Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni amearifu kwamba kama kawaida Uganda itaendelea kushirikiana na yeyote yule ambaye atakuwa amechaguliwa na wananchi wa Kenya kama rais. Uchaguzi mkuu nchini Kenya umepangwa kufanyika tarehe 9 Agosti mwaka huu wa 2022. Wapiga kura watamchagua rais wa nchi hiyo, wabunge na maseneta, magavana wa kaunti mbalimbali pia. Rais Museveni ameyasema hayo akiwa katika mkutano na balozi wa Kenya nchini Mheshimiwa Kiema Kilonzo ambaye muda wake ofisini umekaribia kumalizika. Mheshimiwa Kilonzo ametumikia kama balozi kwa miaka 3 na atajiunga katika ulimwengu wa siasa ambapo atawania ugavana wa kaunti ya Kitui wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu ujao nchini Kenya. Rais Museveni amerejelea kauli yake ya kusema kwamba ataendelea kushirikiana na serikali ya Kenya kuimarisha uhusiano na urafiki ambao tayari upo baina ya Kenya na Uganda. Mheshimiwa Kiema Kilonzo amemshukuru Rais Museveni kwa mazingira yanayostahiki wakati wa miaka yake 3 ya utumishi kama balozi nchini. Shirika ya Umoja wa Mataifa nchini kuweka msisitizo katika mapambano dhidi ya uharibifu wa mazingira. Akiwa kwenye mkutano na mratibu wa ukazi wa Umoja wa Mataifa katika ikulu ya Entebbe, Bi Susan Ngongi Namondo, Rais Museveni alitoa mfano wa wakulima mashariki mwa nchi ambao wanalima mchele kwenye maeneo ya vinamasi, kitendo ambacho kinaharibu mazingira. Bi Namondo alikuwa anatafuta ushauri kutoka kwa Rais Museveni kuhusiana na jinsi mashirika ya Umoja wa Mataifa nchini yanavyoweza kuunga mkono mradi wa kimaendeleo wa Parish Development Model kwa kutumia rasilimali zilizopo. Bi Namondo amemshukuru rais kwa juhudi zake za kuinua vipato vya wananchi hasa vijana na kusema kwamba hatua hiyo itaendana sambamba na utimizaji wa malengo endelevu ya SDG wa kuondokana na umaskini. Mamlaka ya uwekezaji nchini ya Uganda Investment Authority imesimamia urejeshwaji wa ardhi yenye ekari zaidi ya 500 kwa wawekezaji 5 waliokiuka masharti ya mkataba wa ardhi hizo kwa kutoziendeleza. Kulingana na waziri wa masuala ya uwekezaji Mheshimiwa Evelyn Anite, hatua hiyo imechukuliwa kuwawekea vizuizi wawekezaji ambao wamechelewesha utekelezaji wa mipango ya uwekezaji. Miongoni mwa wawekezaji ambao umiliki wao wa ardhi umeondolewa ni Tiru Party Developers Uganda Limited ambao wamepoteza ekari 6 kati ya 8 ambazo walikabidhiwa mwaka 2009. Kampuni ya Mariana Agencies Limited imepoteza ekari 50 kati ya zile ekari 76 walizokabidhiwa mwaka 2014 na makampuni mengine. Wawekezaji hao walikiuka masharti hayo kwa kuchelewa kuziendeleza ardhi hizo, kukodisha ardhi hizo kwa wawekezaji wengine kinyume na masharti kwenye mikataba yao ya ardhi, miongoni mwa ukiukaji mwingine. Kwa hali ya kawaida, wawekezaji wa kigeni wanapaswa kuendeleza ardhi kwa angalau 70% ndani ya miezi 18, huku wawekezaji wa nyumbani wakihitajika kuiendeleza ardhi walizokabidhiwa kwa 30% ndani ya miezi 18. Ingawa baadhi ya wawekezaji wamekimbilia mahakamani kushtaki kuhusiana na hatua iliyochukuliwa ya kuondolea umiliki wa ardhi, Waziri Evelyn Anite anaarifu kwamba mawakili wameshataarifiwa kuhusiana na suala hilo na wako tayari kulishughulikia. Unaendelea kutizama taarifa hii ya habari kutoka hapa UBC TV. Chama cha Democratic Party kimetoa wito kwa Wizara ya Elimu na Michezo kuzingatia kufanyia marekebisho mfumo wa ufundishaji ambao wakati wa kilele cha janga la corona uliweka msisitizo utoaji elimu mtandao na tena kwa awamu kwa wanafunzi wa elimu ya juu. Wito huo umetolewa baada ya kuibuka msuguano kati ya wahariri wa vyuo vikuu na wanafunzi wakipinga kile walichodai kuwa ufundishaji kwa njia mseto.
COVID or not, every business is operating at 100%. COVID or not, transport is operating at 100%. Every institution, every entity, everyone is operating at 100%. That goes for education institutions also. So we believe that there's no need for people, primary schools are back to 100%, secondary schools are operating at 100%. Even with COVID present, people have been immunized, others are, still being immunized, and they are saying, observe the SOPs. There's no need as to why particular institutions like Makerere and others do not operate at 100%. Owing to the fact that actually most, some courses are practical. Engineering is practical, and other courses are so practical that you don't need just to do online classes. Yes, please. George Bukenya.
We have a policy which says blended or online distance and e-learning are one of the methods which can be used to teach in the university. So even if there is no COVID, the university can say this semester we are going to do fully online. And we shall be within our regulation. And the students know it.
Kinachofuata hivi sasa ni matangazo kutoka studio.
It's no secret that ICT makes learning easy.
The strides made in our field could not be possible without it.
And now we can watch our favorite shows.
My radio is my best friend.
UCC provides an enabling regulatory environment and policy guidance for healthy competition. We also facilitate ease of doing business in the communications sector through licensing, standardization, spectrum management, tariff regulation, rural communication development, and consumer empowerment. An informed consumer is an empowered consumer. UCC supports local content and innovations. Driving the development of a robust communication sector in Uganda is Uganda Communications Commission.
Karibu kutoka studio ya matangazo. Na katika habari ya kimataifa, waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Ujerumani Annalena Baerbock amepangiwa kutembelea eneo lenye mgogoro la mashariki mwa Ukraine. Mwanadiplomasia huyo wa ngazi ya juu wa Ujerumani anasema anataka kutathmini hali ya kijeshi na kibinadamu katika eneo hilo ambako wanajeshi wa serikali ya Ukraine wanapambana dhidi ya vikosi vya wanaotaka kujitenga vinavyoungwa mkono na Urusi. Baerbock mwanzoni alipanga kutembelea eneo hilo akiwa pamoja na waziri mwenzake wa mambo ya nje wa Ufaransa Jean-Yves Le Drian. Hata hivyo, Le Drian amelazimika kuifuta ziara yake ili aandamane na Rais Emmanuel Macron katika ziara yake ya Moscow na Kiev, Ukraine. Macron anatarajiwa kukutana na Rais Volodymyr Zelensky wakati hofu ikiongezeka juu ya uwezekano wa Urusi kuivamia Ukraine. Na kinachofuata hivi sasa ni utabiri wa hali ya hewa.
Asante, nakaribisha kwa utabiri ya hali ya hewa. Mtangazaji naitwa Kutesa Mili. Habari ya jioni. Bado tuko na vipindi vya ukame pamoja na vumbi ndani ya nchi yetu kushinda sehemu za kaskazini, lakini kwa ziwa la Victoria tumeendelea mbele kuona vipindi vya mvua ya lasha. Tuchangalie kwa sehemu la sita, tunaona kwamba bado sindikizo la juu liko kusukuma vipindi vya uvumbi pamoja na ukame ndani ya nchi yetu pamoja na vipindi la ndani la ziwa la Victoria. Ndio vipindi vya mvua tuko kupata sehemu za kusini la nchi yetu. Kesho asubuhi tajwa kuamka na vipindi vya jua kuchomoza pamoja na mawingu sehemu nyingi ya nchi yetu, labda kuzunguka ziwa la Victoria hadi sehemu za kusini za magharibi tajwa kuwa na vipindi vya mvua ya lasha. Baada ya kwamba mambo atabadilika sana, tunaenda kuendelea mbele na vipindi vya mvua kunyesha kwa ziwa la Victoria na sehemu zingine wataendelea mbele na vipindi vya jua kuchomoza pamoja na mawingu. Joto la juu atajua kufikua katikati ya 31 hadi kwa 32 sehemu za Karamoja kuzunguka ziwa la Victoria pamoja na mjini ya nchi yetu Kampala wanatarajiwa kuwa na 27, labda kwa mlima Elgon na kwamba wako kwa 23. Mwenye ataka kutoka na nchi yetu kutembelea miji kadhaa duniani na kuelezea kwamba New Delhi inatarajiwa kupawa na vipindi vya mvua ya lasha na joto kuwa kwa 14. Cairo pamoja na New York wako na vipindi vya mawingu, labda sehemu za Nairobi na Dubai wako na vipindi vya jua kuchomoza pamoja na mawingu sehemu za Nairobi. Asante sana kunitazama, naitwa Kutesa Mili, tuonane kesho.
Shukran sana Kutesa Mile kwa taarifa hiyo, na hivi sasa na kurejesha kwenye muktasari wetu wa habari. Hii na kujadili naye. Mamlaka ya uwekezaji yafanya urejeshwaji wa ardhi zisizoendelezwa. Waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Ujerumani kutembelea mashariki mwa Ukraine. Sina la ziada, mtazamaji wa UBC TV. Asante sana kwa kutizama taarifa hii ya habari na tuonane tena kesho.
On the journey of AGOA, one of the things that first happened was to train over